Are you ready, Chair? Emo, are we live? Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here this morning. We're about to begin our recognition for Wednesday here at the fall session. I just want to say thank you and welcome to the 25th Navajo Nation Council fall session. My name is Arthur Hardy. I'm one of the legislative staff assistants for the Office of the Speaker. And my day is Kiani Ebash's Chin, Toba da Chanela do Total da Che. Aro Hehat Nisnido Le Article. For supporting the council and wanting to be a part of this. These are historic events that are happening every time we have these sessions. So we just want to say thank you for all of the support out there for the council and the legislative staff and the legislative branch for supporting these events that happen for us. So thank you to that. And with, I want to introduce Honorable Delegate Brenda Jesus. She's the chair of the RDC Committee, Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation. She's going to be providing her recognitions this morning. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arthur, for that. And also, Kodoyat e benel sanki de shnik na ado anide ku shidojit Brenda Jesus ado to eyad donen shlini etset na jinin shlon torich eatni bashichin wanagani dashiche do to hane dashinale akota eyad de net sanado amado masana nishle. Adon lech ehot so yeda ada h ishike do dishchi de eya ada eya shtot sakado shkont del belkin shnani do shalchine do so kebel ado beish bahas ane nadine shlap benki do jihe e aja tashnanish linigish ado kodon lini eya hashin sogo eya kodo inkik enhid ne led 1977 na da kun denigi jade belk e il tapeti ninigi cross country aja hashin sogo e ya kodo ban hojon do kodo e hashin sogo e Hall of Fame with Northern Arizona University kot abik et hadinio shi kodon linigi Yaat eto kodon linigi hadan sogo eya recognize do niljo okot a ein linigi okot a e kwa apaho at the binibiya. Akoho, this morning I would like to recognize a team whose legacy has run far beyond the finish line. Nearly 5 decades ago, the 1977 Coconino High School Panthers boys cross-country team edged their name into the Arizona sports history by capturing the Class AA state championship, the first ever for Coconino High. Under the guidance of the late coach Jack Bailey, this remarkable group of young men representing white, Hispanic, Hopi, and Navajo backgrounds exemplified teamwork, discipline, and unity. Coach Bailey's quiet yet powerful leadership shaped not only their performance, but also their character, inspiring them to train hard and run with heart. Led by Frankie Naz of St. Michael's, Arizona, who claimed the individual state title, the team dominated throughout the 1977 season with a perfect 7-0 dual meet record. In a commanding victory at the state championship, each runner played a vital role in that success. There was Arthur Long, Flavian Martinez, John Thompson, the late Glenn Sinagini, and Mark Lorenzo, is that how you pronounce his last name? All running with heart, pride, and purpose. This year, the Flagstaff Sports Foundation had proudly inducted the 1977 Coconino cross-country team into its 2025 Hall of Fame class, honoring not only their athletic excellence, but also the spirit of community and perseverance they continue to represent to this day. As Frank Nez, a member of the Navajo Nation, shared during the ceremony, running was more than a sport. It was a part of their heritage and their way of life. And through Coach Bailey passed away in 2020, his influence lives on through the annual Jack Bailey Invitational, inspiring new generations of runners across northern Arizona. So this morning, I am pleased to be joined in celebrating the 1977 Coconino High School cross-country team, a group of athletes whose commitment, courage, and unity continue to inspire the Flagstaff community nearly 50 years later. And again, not only just the community of Flagstaff, but even across the great Navajo Nation, where we have a lot of our younger student athletes that are inspired by such runners from the earlier years, in hopes that they can aspire to grow on to get college scholarships. And here we are today. So at this time, I'd like to recognize the individuals that are here, but let me read out the name of the team again. So the 1977 Coconino High School boys cross-country team consists and was led by the late coach Jack Bailey. We also had runner late Glenn Sinagini. We do have Mr. Frank Naz, Arthur Long, Flavian Martinez, John Thompson, Nathan Thompson, and Mr. Mark Sherry Lorenzo. So with that, at this time, I do have two of the individuals here, and I'd like to thank having the team representative reach out to myself to represent these individuals here this morning. So at this time, I'd like to represent two certificates with two of the individuals that are here today. So first, the certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Frankie Nez, who is a part of the 1977 Coconino High School boys cross-country team, for extraordinary sportsmanship, dedication, inspiration that led the 1977 Coconino Division AA cross-country team to victory as Arizona State champions. The team's achievement stands as a testament to your vision and commitment, earning designation as 2025 Flagstaff Sports Foundation Hall of Fame inductees on August the 16th of 2025. This recognition is presented on the 22nd of October, 2025. So Mr. Frankie Nez, if you could please come up. Or should we do the, right here? So we present you with this recognition, and again, it's for being an example for a lot of our generations. Pictures. Next, I'd like to, I do have the family of the late Glenn Chischili. Oh, Sinagini, I'm sorry, Sinagini, who was a part of the 1977 Coconino High School boys cross-country team. And again, this certificate is a recognition for the extraordinary sportsmanship, dedication, and inspiration that led the 1977 Coconino Division AA class cross-country team to victory as Arizona State champions. The team's achievement stands as a testament to your vision and commitment, earning destination as 2025 Flagstaff Sports Foundation Hall of Fame inductees on August the 16th of 2025. So if I could have the family to late Glenn Sinagini come up here. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to Kodo, Mr. Frankie Naz, Kodo She Eya Saden Lini Datsala, Kodo Eya Behaditze, and then we'll allow time to the late Glenn's family as well. So, Mr. Naz?
Yate, Kwasane, to Yate Bene, to the Honorable Navajo Nation Speaker, Chris Lynn Curley, and to the Navajo Nation 25th Council Delegates, and to my hometown, St. Michael Chapter, Honorable Brenda Jesus. Yate Frankie Nezeta Shijane, Akodoe Shiaho Johot. Adoe, just Shike, the ne. Shemaya, Tachini. Nle. Tosh ya ki ani. Ado tashe ya anagahni. Ado dashanale ya tapaha. Though my late parents were Arthur Nez Sr. and Esther Holmes Nez. Slashinda sa akon niyada ho. I remember back then they used to have a store right at the corner. And we used to walk there. So he said, I could have just shake. So I back in. I don't 100 J East ka. So she like Roy Chase Badahanoson that he was my principal. Then I went on to Eschinde Delcon boarding school. I took interest in cross country and track. And I had a mentor, Leroy Black. He's Chican Lilwa. He's one of my mentors. From there, I continued my education to Holbrook High School, and I came here back to Winter Rock, and I finished out at Coconino High School in Flagstaff. And that's where we won the 1977 state cross-country meet. And I have a story to that. While I was running, one of the race officials, I was misled. So by the time I look back, everybody's going the other way. So my instincts was to catch them, which I did. But at that time, by the time I caught them, I knew all my energy were gone. Then I just thought, this is what I dreamed about all my life. That's what I practiced. Get up every morning. When times were tough, I ran. So all those things came to my mind. This is my last race to finish off my high school career. And I was thinking, is this how it's going to end? But then, I have some energy that just came through me. Like I just started again. And that's how I won the state cross-country meet. So in that sense, it was the end. And through Shema, Ayo, it's a descent there. So that's where I'm at. Then after that, I got a scholarship to Phoenix College. And that's where I excelled in academic achievement as a Pi Theta Kappa Honor Society student and graduated with an associate's degree. In addition, I graduated with honors. I made the dean's list from Grand Canyon University in 2020 with the Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management. Meanwhile, on August 16, we were the recipients of the 2025 City of Flagstaff Hall of Fame awarded by Flagstaff Foundation, where one of the members is here, Mr. Ray Sinigini. So thank you for that sponsor. Therefore, on behalf of 1977 Coconino High School Cross Country being recognized for our achievement to the great Navajo Nation during the 2025 Hall session of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a testament of the teaching of my late parents, Arthur Nez Sr. and Esther Holmes Nez, and all my coaching mentors, and all my families, all my sisters, my brothers, and my Chays and my Nullies, and all the next generation of leaders and students. So, rise up in the morning and give thanks for a brand new day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nez, for sharing your story, and it is very inspirational because I think we have a lot of young athletes to this day that are runners, and just knowing that a lot of our relatives before us had made these accomplishments, I think that's what a lot of our younger generation look to. They want to be like a runner such as yourself, and that had achieved, that goal in having to cinch the state championship title for cross country. And it is, a very tough competition when it comes to running, I noticed. And again, I believe that when I look at young runners to this day, some of them want to break their PR from their last race and whatnot. And it's just really great to know that we have our older generation as our relatives to this day that try to provide those positive stories and hopes that it inspires the next, the younger generation to come. So, and it does inspire me. I mean, I hadn't even hit school then when you won your state title, and it's so inspirational to hear, the achievement that you've accomplished over the years as well. So I'm an alumni from Grand Canyon University too with my MBA, so just know that. So now going to the family of the late Glenn Sinagini. Go ahead and come up here, and if you want to share a few words, and then we'll go ahead and give it to Ray as well. No? Hagoshi.
Good morning. Speaker Crystal and Curley and Navajo Nation Council. I'm here on behalf of my husband, Glenn Sinagini, who passed away last month, but he was on the cross-country team for Coconino, and it was one of his shining moments that he really enjoyed. Running was really a part of his life. I remember him running here in St. Michael's and really trying to be the first in his age category with the Set Your Pace series that used to happen here in St. Michael's. And I remember one day he was running that last race and he was telling me, I have to beat this one person, this one runner, I have to beat them in order to be, the first in his age group, all for a t-shirt. So he was really running. He went on, and he did get his age group division T-shirt, and he won that. He was really, running was really a part of his life. He pass that on to our daughter Danielle, who also ran for St. Michael's. She was a two-time state champion for St. Michael's her sophomore and junior year, runner-up her freshman year. So she continues to run. She just finished her first marathon on Sunday, this past Sunday, just over 4 hours. 4 hours and 7 minutes is when she finished, and she said she ran for her dad and her brother, my son that also passed away last year. So she's still continuing on the tradition of running, and she's really misses her dad. But Glenn put a lot of years into working here on the Navajo Nation. He used to work for the Navajo Housing Authority. He ran the Division of Modernization for a number of years, and ran force accounts to update a lot of the mutual housing across the Navajo Nation. So if you have one of those houses that was modernized in the 80s and 90s, late 80s and 90s, that was probably his crew that went through there and did that. They went down to the different mutual help divisions, tore them down to the studs, expanded them and built them up again and modernized those homes. He did a lot of that work with the Navajo Nation. At his passing, he was working with the Navajo Area Indian Health Service with the Division of Facilities Planning and Engineering. He was part of the project management team for the Botaway Gap Health Center, which is now Echo Cliffs Health Center. That was what he was really passionate about. He wanted to see that facility built because that was his home community at Copper Mine and Kaibito. And that facility will be serving those communities. So he was really proud to be part of that team. He was also part of the Pueblo Pintado Health Center team that was just awarded recently, and will be starting construction in the next few months. So he was part of that also with the design of that health center. So he's left his mark on Navajo, and he was really proud to be working across the Navajo Nation. This is our son, Cameron Senegini. He also ran for St. Michael's his senior year. Didn't realize he was a very good runner. I didn't realize that he was running. His passion was soccer to begin with, and he switched his senior year to run cross country. But thank you so much for all of the recognition, and thank you for everything that you've provided with him. But Glenn was, I know he would be proud. He was really happy when they got inducted into the Hall of Fame. It was something that he appreciated and looked forward to. And I know he thanks you guys all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know that it is heartbreaking to hear that, but with just the story that you shared, his legacy continues through yourself and his kids. And it's very ironic. I used to coach the St. Michael's Indian School, middle school, cross country, and track team before I came council delegate. And I remember A.D. Adams is like, my coach isn't running for council delegate, is she? And I said, she is. So I said, you need to look for a new coach for middle school. But, and then also you mentioned Set Your Pace series, because I used to run. And the last Set Your Pace series that they had there at the St. Michael's Mission, I wanted that first because they got a bike, some cash and shirt, and Miss Segay and I were going back and forth. There was 3 series, and the last series she outran me by 20 seconds. So I came in second overall, and she came in first. So it is very awesome running. It makes you feel good, and it's not good. It's just not good for your physical health, but also it's an inspiration. And again, thank you so much for being here. And I'm sincerely sorry that he had to journey on, but again, you're here to continue his legacy as well as his kids. So at this time, I'd like to have Ray come up here, who is a board member for the Flagstaff Sports Foundation. It was through the efforts of the board that had made that initiative to have this inductees for these individuals. So, Ray?
Well, I always wanted to speak in front of everybody here at the council, but all the councilmen are not here, so I guess I gotta come back. My name is Ray Senegeni. My clans are Shema E Kisani, Neto Do Dawa, Sun Clan. Third Mesa Hotavela Nasha. Jajaya E Bipetoni. Do Janela E Cisnachini. Besha Gate Nasha, south of Page, Arizona. So I'm from the west side, you know. I take care of the Gohas lead for everybody. I'm here to represent the Flagstaff Sports Foundation Hall of Fame. It's a nonprofit organization organized in Flagstaff. It's a 501c, and I am the only Native American on the board. We have 15. There's a couple of other Hispanics that are minority, and the rest are all made up, the non-natives. But the mission of the Sports Foundation is to acknowledge and honor individual athletes, coaches, team championships, and any other organization or individual that has inspired athletics to a next level in the city of Flagstaff. So it was my pleasure, and it was actually a surprise that I learned that my brother was on the 1977 cross-country championship team. I did not know that. And I was in college playing for Northern Arizona at that time. So I didn't even get to go watch him run. But I'm here for three purposes. One is to represent the Flagstaff Sports Foundation Hall of Fame as a board member. Next is to represent the 1977, cross-country championship team from Coconino. I am an alumni from Coconino too, 1973. And also, I'm here to support my late brother, Tatsila Glenn Wallace Senengini. So, thank you for this recognition, and have a good day. Najone? Okay, kokoi.
Again, we do have certificates for the late coach Jack Bale, and also Arthur Long, and also Flavian Martinez, Mr. John Thompson, Mr. Nathan Thompson, and also Mr. Mark Cherie Lorenzo. So we'll have those, and we'll go ahead and give it over to one of the representatives so that they could hopefully send this out to those individuals as they weren't able to make it today. And oftentimes, the question was, where are the council delegates? And usually, by Title II, we start our council session at 10. Sometimes the council members would come here early, but I'm hoping that you could at least maybe hang out at 10 o'clock, and we can just quickly give you that recognition as well. But it's your choice because people have, busy schedules today. Adonanat adan tshago hiha kun liningi ashinin linigi edahanni to kodat ahibata hajo kon lego in hitso keda that ahi kodat ahi sad bahajoni do le inaya at ehigi bahajo ba inidzen akohon leda dang has twisani and here yash keda kodat ahi kotab and jungo la yat eho de like it dan tshago ba hihasen. So again, thank you so much for being here today. And again, I am here, representing the communities of St. Michael's, Oak Springs, Pine Springs. And again, if you ever need anything, just reach out to myself or Speaker Curley here, Shadeja. and we'll definitely be able to work with you all. So again, thank you for the recognitions. And I will keep, the family of the Lakeland Sinajini in my prayers, and hopes that you have strength and comfort to go forward and continue your daily lives, and also to be carrying his legacy on. So again, to the Flagstaff Sports Foundation, thank you so much for recognizing these athletes when they were in their prime. And unfortunately, we all have to get old, but we can just continue to tell those stories. So again, thank you so much for the recognition, and that will end our recognition here this morning.
For the 1977 Coconino High School boys cross country team. We just want to thank the family and relatives for joining us here today. And then those of you who are joining us on Zoom and live, we do have additional recognitions, but we will recognize them here shortly. We will be taking a short intermission here to allow the next group to gather, and we will have another recognition happening by Delegate Shandine Parrish. So just bear with us, those of you who are joining us, and our guests and recognees who are that are here with us as well. Just bear with us as we prepare for the next recognition. Again, thank you all on behalf of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and Speaker Curley. Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining us this fine day. We are here starting the third day of the Navajo Nation Fall Session for the council session. And today we do have some recognitions. My name is Marcarlo Roanhorse, and I'm the Legislative Staff Assistant. And we have Honorable Council Delegate Shandine Parrish, who's going to be providing a recognition this morning. So Delegate Parrish, I'm going to go ahead and welcome you to the podium this morning to share a little bit about what your recognition's in regards to today. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a good morning, everyone. Good morning to those that are here in the council chambers and also joining us online. This morning, I am honored to recognize members of the community of Dennehotso and also those that worked in their capacities in the chapter, and to recognize some of our community members that really stepped up during this past monsoon season. And before we get started, I'll start with a quick introduction and then we'll get into the recognition. So thank you, Marcarlo, for starting us off this morning. I know we had Chair Brenda Jesus in here this morning with her group, and we also have Speaker Curley and Delegate Arbin Mitchell here, so thank you all. I know we're getting ready to start our third day of our Navajo Nation Fall Council session, so today I'd like to recognize a few of these individuals today. But she kia ani adona initially go do bashichin twitter chini a dash chats go baha a dash nella agwat alstan initially she Shandine Parrish initiia ado twitter nesha de nasha twitter nesha do chilchimbit go do Dennehotso banashado ado besh badasa uninitially. It's a good day to be here in Window Rock. I know that many of our communities experienced great moisture over the past few days, and in Dennehotso, we took that blessing with a very, it created some circumstances where families were stranded, and I'm going to first give some time over to our chapter manager to explain the circumstances in which our community was facing over the past few weeks. I'll let her give some background to what the community experienced, and then I'll go into remarks from Mr. Roanhorse, who is the commission chair, and then we'll go into the recognition. So Mrs. Smith-Williams, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Yeah, she Marcelin Smith Williams yanshia donanshlen e kente chitnishle trabaha she chinast as a trabaha she na kaidene e dashanala twaneshet chapter manager e banashnish. I like to thank, first of all, Shandine for allowing us to be here today and the recognition. It's been a very testing couple of days through with the flood. We have been up the moment it happened on Saturday the 13th we've been up since 5 o'clock a.m. of the day of the event through the night, and then back again the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning doing documentations and following protocol to get the emergency management team on board to help us here. A lot of families were affected, about 100 families were affected, but mainly 7 were displaced. Some of them would not leave their homes because of livestock and valuables in their home. They were thinking that it might be rioted or someone might come and break into their homes. So there are some families that were affected. 3 families that were actually given NHA homes, 2 families that stayed at the chapter at the time of the event. Very testing moments, sleepless moments that we encountered. We had Sunday morning, all night, actually all the way through night of Saturday night, and then Sunday morning, I've had our team members. These are the individuals that helped at the very beginning. We had F&F crew there that is a construction crew that was helping on the road at the construction of the time. They're still actually working on the road. And we've been texting and notifying them about, one, about their equipment, and two, for assistance. They were able to help us with their backhoe equipment and with the gas for the diesel, because we were still in the transition of the budget being budgeted in our systems and resolutions to be accounted for. We weren't able to print checks right away. It being a weekend, that made it more difficult. So I had F&F crew here which stepped up to the plate, and they filled our heavy equipment without hesitation, and they were actually out there helping us with building berms for the homes. And that too, we were very helpful, and they were very helpful, and we were very thankful for them to be there in a timely manner. So we were actually to help more families at the time. So throughout that time, we had Monday, we've had the emergency management team out there helping us, giving us advice and direction. They brought food out and water and cots and blankets, and we distribute them the same day on Sunday when they arrived. And then through the day, we got briefings every morning at 9 and at 4 on what to do throughout the day, and guidance, which was very helpful. We had a lot of leadership there, a lot of support. We notified Shandine right away when it happened, and she was on top of it. She was letting us know she was there for support, and she was guiding us as well, and pointing us into the right directions for assistance. So we are at the end of it now, so now it's just prepping on helping these homes to be, roof damages and road damages. So right now it's a lot of the road damages. Community members are still needing a lot of assistance with the roads, and that's where we're at right now. And it's a good experience and also bad. We had a lot of good rain. We've been praying for rain, as Denhotso is known for its farms. We are farmland, so these areas that were affected were farm areas, and it's good moisture for the community, and maybe we'll get good planting next year. But on the downfall, this was not good for our community. So it's both pros and cons about it. So that's what we are at. That's where we're at right now, and this recognition means a lot to us, because there are times where we went to bed tired and not knowing what the next day would bring us with the exhaustion. And these guys here behind me are the ones who were there to help us all the way through. So thank you for acknowledging these beautiful, wonderful individuals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy. It's good to see them here, and I know that they are very humble in the work that they do, that they put our community first, and there's people that we'll recognize this morning that are not here, like Anderson. Anderson's just a community member who wanted to volunteer, and he's always there for these circumstances. And Isaac was driving around on our tractor, our chapter tractor, and even though that these their acts of service, they were risky. Marcy and I and Berlicia here, we were walking around with Thule, and there were these little girls that were in the water just swimming back and forth from their house, and just moments before that, we were told by the emergency management, you don't know what's in that water. But these girls, our community members, had to go to their homes to make sure that their homes were safe. And it was a place where we had to really support one another in these times. So I also wanted to give some time over to Mr. Roanhorse, who's the commission chair, who really helped us push the declaration through. I know that I was fairly stern when it came to aid for the chapter. I really wanted to make sure that there was proper assessments done in the community, because I think that some of what is depicted on social media was just about the road, and we do have our construction company here, but it's more than that. There was much more damage that was done than what I think, with respect to those families. We didn't post those pictures online, but there was a lot more damage done than what is being shared in the public. So, Mr. Roanhorse, if you want to offer a few more words on the response to the flooding.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Parrish, Otto, Speaker Curley, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to Denahotso chapter. Thank you for your service and just implementing your strategies in this recent emergency that the nation had been faced with. As we're all aware of, just recent, this past week feels like, our nation was faced with a monsoon, and we received a lot of blessings. But again, with some of these blessings, we encourage our chapters and local communities to be prepared. And I do want to recognize Denahotso for being one of the communities that was directly impacted, for stepping up. As the commission chair and alongside with my commissioners, one of the things we are urging is that our local chapters become self-sustaining, and they're able to address incidents at the local level. So the Navajo Nation, we did initiate a incident management team, which was located here in Window Rock, Arizona, and then we had implemented 2 command locations, 2 command sites. And one of those incident sites was located in Denahotso chapter, and the other was in Bird Springs. And I do want to commend the chapter here and also our incident commander for the site. Thank you, for really taking the lead and stepping up to the plate. And I do encourage a lot of our chapters, to really start working on your emergency incident plan, so that you have a plan to carry out in the event of an emergency. Because emergencies happen at the least expected time. And so each and every one of us have the ability to be a first responder, whether you're out there boots on the ground, or you're doing logistics, or you're planning, or you're managing the incident. So I just want to thank the team here that's with us and the community of Denahotso for stepping in, and also to the leadership. Delegate Parrish had stepped in, and yes, she was very vocal on ensuring that her community received the necessary assistance, along with Bird Springs Delegate Casey Allen Johnson. And I know we had multiple delegates reaching out, but with collaboration with the President and also the Commission on Emergency Management and the Department of Emergency Management, we did declare an emergency. Based upon our assessments, we sent members of the commission out into the field to do assessments to help expedite our reasons for implementing a declaration. And so it's very important that we have our chapters following the incident command system, documenting and notating the efforts that are being established through the community. And so we did take that time to initiate and have these incident commands perform their duties as a community. And so I do want to really thank Denahotso for stepping up and really taking a true leadership capacity and running their own incident there. So on behalf of the commission, I do want to thank Denahotso for stepping up and really caring for your people. And that's really being in these capacities as a first responder. We don't do it just, for a paycheck. Sometimes it's really for the love of our community. We volunteer our time. Being a former first responder, I did a lot of my time volunteering, being out there, helping the community in the worst case scenario, because you have to remember emergency incidents. It's when individuals are experiencing the worst case scenario in their life. So you just want to be there to support them, and they know that they have people there to help them, and they have people there to support them. So thank you to our first responders from Denahotso. Again, you may not see yourself as a first responder, but that's who truly you guys put yourself in that position to be there without sleep, without food. You are probably tired, but again, that's the heart and the love that you have as a first responder. So thank you to each of you for your time, your efforts, and your funding. So, and that's on behalf of the commission. Thank you all. And again, thank you, Delegate Parrish, for making the time to recognize our first responders and also truly reaching at the local level to identify those individuals.
Everyone just line up on the front of the dais. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask Speaker Curley to assist us with the recognitions. I want to recognize that we do have Mr. Raymond Max here, current chapter president of Tuba, or vice president, I think that's his current title, but he's former delegate of Tuba City. He is former executive director, former chair of Budget and Finance Committee. What else did you do? Just kidding. I think he's the father of our investments too. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Max, for being here. And we have Delegate Curtis Unito. I saw him walk in. Delegate Unito was very vocal on within the council to make sure that Denahotso was well supported because he's also a delegate from Utah. So I'll give the microphone over to Speaker, and she's gonna say yeah, those guys, and then I'll hand the certificates out.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Do yat adet daisnot gido kon hano yagi she Crystalline Curly nishye do senjikin nishle to het lini pashishin do kia ani dashiche ziltka kia ani dashinale what mado sanchle adon le slothala de adet nasha. So good morning to all of our guests here at our 2025 Fall Council session. Do hot an del di ne yegon dal nishigi don hek bajo but the haloniki what big at the we do give recognitions. I think I mistakenly said that, but for our council, the 25th Navajo Nation Council has been honoring many of our great community leaders, volunteers that continue to do public service in all of our communities. So, Eishin Kwaegi, what our recognition. So I'm going to read the certificate of recognition, and I believe the language is the same and for the same purpose. So I'll read the certificate language. Certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Maricelyn Williams Smith, Denahotso Chapter Manager. The immediate response time from the Denahotso chapter team responding to the tropical moisture from Hurricane Priscilla's widespread heavy rainfall and devastating flash flooding west of the Denahotso community. Their selfless efforts came to light when the constituents of Denahotso needed them the most. Also commending the leadership of everyone involved at the command post. This award is presented today, the 22nd of October 2025, and it's signed by Honorable Shandine Parrish and also myself. Our next recognition is Berlincia Thomas, Denahotso Office Assistant. Our next recognition goes to Cindy Redeye, Denahoto Chapter Office Aide. Our next recognition goes to Steve Zeppelin. Did I get it right? Close enough. Denahoto Chapter Community Member. Honorary community member. Aiden Hurley, Denahoto Chapter Staff.
Everyone else is not here. So we'll have to have Katie.
Okay, so then we have others that weren't able to join us, but Michael Danette Dell also. So thank you very much, and I'll just read off the names that, ones that couldn't make it today, but still recognize maybe they are joining us through Zoom. We have Evander Steve, Denahoto Chapter Staff, Jermaine Tabaha, Denahoto Chapter Community Member, and Jimo Hoskin, Denahoto Chapter Community Member, and also Skylar Hurley, Denahoto Chapter Staff, and also not with us, we have Anderson Redhouse, Denahoto Chapter Community Member, Julia Richards, Denahoto Chapter Secretary Treasurer, Kenneth Johnson, Denahoto Chapter Vice President, and last but not least, we have Isaac Todachitni, Denahoto Chapter President. So if you're listening online, we do have your certificates, and maybe we can present these at your next planning or chapter meeting. So again, thank you, Chair Parrish. I'll give you back the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley. And again, I want to continue to extend my appreciation for our community members, our leadership, our chapter staff here that has really stepped up for our community. And it is without, this is small appreciation for what you all have done in our community. And I thank you all for being here this morning. I don't know if Marcy wants to take the certificates, or we can give it out at the planning meeting. Oh, you want to take it to them? Okay, and then thank you, Mr. Danette Deal, too, for being here. We have your certificate coming. All right, yeah, thank you. Does anyone want to say anything before we end? Okay, I'll give some time back to Marcy. You want to say something, too?
Marcelyn Smith-Williams, Denahoto Chapter. I wanted to say thank you again for their certificates and everyone who contribute to this emergency, for our community, for all the community members who are out there in Denahoto. We do this for the love of our community, and we're here to help you. And these certificates are very appreciative, and I thank everyone, the team members who helped. And God bless Denahoto Chapter and the community members as well.
Hello, my name is Michael Danette. I'm with F&F Construction, and we would just like to say that we are happy and we are honored to have assisted the chapter and the community members. On behalf of F&F Construction, my boss, Steve Zimpelman, and the team we work with, our project manager, Nate Eldot, we all work together to make this possible, and we're happy and proud to be part of everything that happened. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Speaker, this will conclude our recognition this morning, and then later on during session, I'll be sure to press my request to speak to also recognize them during the session. Let's see. Yeah. All right, we can all take a picture. Do you want to take a picture inside or outside? Outside? Okay. We're all going to head outside for a photo.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you all. And again, good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us today as we are wrapping up our recognitions for the day. Today is day 3 of the Navajo Nation fall session. So again, thank you all for joining us today and being here with us. Council will be going into session roughly in about 18 minutes or so. They do ring the bell at 10, and then they start to do roll calls. So thank you all for being here. And then council delegates, if you want to join Delegate Parrish outside, they are taking a photo with the recognees, so you're welcome to join them. Again, thank you all for joining us, and God bless you all, and have a wonderful day.
Shatra Kodo ya di binibi tragetje kod ya na o alo kodon linigi ba heni zendo kodo hashin sogo ya kodo nje danadi kaidi binibi ku hashin sogo ya hajopa belto kunde ya hashin sogo nahat ada dat kod yan linigi bendan kit citizenship kod ya dat ist ando ku ya hat na neni so ditne ado ya kodo citizen be tidil zenigi ya hashin sogo kodo binel ando binel sogi it kodon linigi anke zadbe nkich etsanadi zentlesh di in the net da hanoloni kun ya hat nan dishni do di binibi kun lini ya hashin sogo Beispaasa ane kot bench doji do kun lini ilanje en khayal tigi shideja speaker Curly ado to yan le executive branch ilanje kun din linigi Dr. Boone Nygren do kune ishideja Madam Vice President Montoya kot to linigin not ani londi benigi bi benashni don son jishne kunde ado kun le Navajo Nation government aja the Neba Washington in kik eentje de nang gadeel nishigi to linigi hashin sogo to kun linigi benel niet kui jinke to the zindits kun line ya hashin sogo to behajo ba dains and dot kui kunan nation linigi ke dat do kodo hashin sogo belto othato benahat da dit ben saha case ado bese hasendo kun inayat eho kun dinkik enkid nad de nebikea kat kehet indo le balako de neb kehet inigi yahjo ba in sinigi kun shon de deep binigi bi un habel khon londo shnat ani dat ku shabel khon london sonjishin adon le trat nas nil khatas so ho aslad ne zandindo nes na kunde trat nas nil khatas so hogi kun trat nas in le do aden khadel nishi ginkik enkid ne en le khana ade kled yadit de ade stoten lini ginkik enkid ne khashin sogon lini stopa tidil zendo dibi je benel ni don son jshne dije kun khashin sogo khajo ba dein zendo anda ade in da hast igi la ya date ido tadits do kot ein linigi hashin sogo enkid na ada bakati lwalnitsen khala ya nan linigi nislat o yunkik enkid na bandantla ku hashin sogo lini illa da alle das li kunde ande chiyande adon lechde betrodo chde dat kun linigi shabala inson dishneshi in the night no loni kun lini batahajo baya wat adan lini oye hulta hal nad ani jlon khalid abakati shwala jinzo ta kui jin such case anahji nat on le arch jin tche kun lini benashni don son dishin khal chin yedat kun tlanada ultra play in the dish bitish chinigi to bahajo ba initsen hotat betzil ultra egita kun lini khashin sogo in le di ke apakat house art kun bagaden dat hajo ba dein zo kun linigi ku beso dan linigi shaba la ba dein so dishneshik kushik na ba ado to kun de hat ishi in le nal sociedad til ahegita kut ein linigi hundi ye de tinto so dishno kun linigi yat able traten lini de yo lelto kut ein lini bahajo ba ini sind akuije ngas twi sani kun le de nebike up a kato ba benelni do kun hashin sogon linigi ani yan le nasta le ho kun hashin so bet is dat handot eda da le do kun hashin sogo daba oto in da hastelashik kun linishik eshit nash chesh masana shinala da kut aben dan benashni don son dishni di binibi adon nana kun kitsalat so ayegon linigi ben sekes bits istasto kuden linigi shabel khon londo la yaku hajo bago ya inna la deidil o jehin nis gaido in se case nis gaidla kun linig ein de la e shabal da hanlo belto hat ishin lini kahajo ba dein zen adant akui jinkich da halne kun hawanda dat e thodo thoncho leitsen lesanast e da kun de yokedo kot a e ya ba kunitsen kun lini babik da haut zadon son jishne kunde Adonana kun lede bata oltra go kun sto benashni do don leze il enodan dadne sto tsalada kun den linigi an khadat et a kuije kun lini dat lata do hyahat nadi ni de khale yankin nanest dat o khayudo nad ani jelon khashine lajet in such a kesla Heleit an linigi bahasi do heleit an linigi din le betlen dahas ano okot a e ya nanes bahade dish na lobik edda do nildan zon banche te kesla ado nana kunal gloshi dine dina hasan bakha kun lini benashni do ko hashine lang ik ein hit ne ye ik in detta hashin tsogo ye elza al so do yit ado inna il engi benashni don son dishn ado do linigi e ya kunde in de samaka in saba ada dat ehigi ku ke and de nesa da not on lini ba da hanela kolan e ha nan kunde in lini de kui de morshin kot a e ya kot an sa adan ke be in sni do ku ashon an thoda da handazien das li in lenat loshi kunde i che da os ha shine large in lini da nan nishi in haut e ku e ba khunit nat anini tini beshpas an ben ke do chihigi an ashini e ya kun lini to at ende anne de chidil nilta adina adina khajin radet ande in le heshin khitat in khit ando nad tahigi e to linigi kut an lini ba khajo pa ini so e hundi ta nan nishin linigi ilato na to tlet onitsen Kolad ein de kun linigi ashon de shnat ani kodo khajo pa inzen hashin zada kun den lini begaden dat et bitchede bit istan linigi kun det hat ishin de chin belta bik e shin de nesan den linigi da ku jibik e nag yat hajo pa inzen kun lini shabeltan londo kun de shiaj Honorable Herman Daniels benashni to deep in ibiye kun de yilki nani ya ku Hashin Sogo, but Jay is still been sick case. But Iso Bajo Baya. Do Eot Atla Kun Linigish not Ani Babakajo by Insenda. The Dane and Lini Hashtoit Edo. Hashin Zaj and Linigin Handhaista. Dane and Linigi cool showed each ha only don't so to sh. But Z been sick case, but Jay but Zilo shines. Benada do hojo giando benada do hojo to the case the kubalchini she had londo basoka with the yanan at edo with the yanana dalton soldier kade mado ja a che masonot a eyan lini wel haul shish kun lini a shol shapel khondlondo kodo e a in hinchke adon hana kude chnat aniku sani dani lindo stwida lo kun liniki Hajo pa initsen. Ashini in linigi lata pa on sikos. Lati she edinitzi dodge edinitza hat in den linigi ku. Linigi ashondan hanat di atl so dishin ku hale eya. We talk out of frustration dole. Kudenan nish di yilti no kodonanish bitch heditza. Kung hanat lishinde. Sado yat ehibich etahaditra. Edo panitzinda. Dort chnat ani lindo pansinda kun linia shonda et einde un khakhlia un hich ahund edo kun linigi et enhini kid kuden linina na hat ayat ehi betlanik dat on sodish kudin hik enhit na yat eho inna betlil sandon khalchinieje a et eya do hojoku na nishin linigi il indo na so nik ne jokot ade kota ko echalan kodon linigin to the zembe haditze shdo ni do kun lini bethin shnani shalchini so kelto benashni to shja belhe je da kun linigi shmayish kashiyaj kash bejda Kod an lini be de nashni do kun lini shinat ani. Biket atobits itrajabits os ni larger a shon de shapa achalia. A creature team begarden dat it labor run da has an de benal loshi da halonde. Ku chidibiana zenido ku da hat ishi ku belek ein lahegi a shon de kun lini shapa achalian sondish. Ado kun larger shadeja ku speak curly thought dan tragon liningi. Ich habe die nie do kun linin khaba khalian do ku ilnad nishigi ku gadit ahid ku de to hashin sogot dan trago bananish de yossen got a ein linigi ich ha die nie do ku dat as citizen linigi test an do hojonastli
Yeah, shade kudo citizen behinzi kudo nakain lagi. Thank you, Chairwoman Jesus, for praying for all of us in our nation on this beautiful morning. And again, colleagues, good morning, and to our guests, we reconvene here at 10:10 a.m. Chair Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning to those that are here in the chambers. Speaker Curley, this morning I'd like to recognize a few individuals in the gallery. This morning I offered my recognition for the Denahotso chapter and also community members in the FNF Construction Company who have played an instrumental role in the flooding in Denahotso. So I know I did my recognition this morning, but I really wanted to take this opportunity to share with our council here and also those listening online their efforts. There has been major flooding in the community of Denahotso, many homes that have been compromised, but through it all, we have had many community members step up, and they're very humble and they're very they don't ask for much, but this morning I really wanted to take the time to recognize them a second time. So, Speaker, I'd like to recognize our chapter manager, Marcelin Smith-Williams, also our office aide, Berlicia, and also Cindy Redeye is here with us, and also FNF Construction. I had my list right in front of me. FNF Construction, they are helping with the Loop Road, and they offered their several of their equipment to help with the moving some sand and creating berms in our community. So I just want to take a second to recognize them. They're here on the north side of the chambers. So if you all could stand to be recognized. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you, colleagues. And I know we're in the middle of business, so I'll reserve the rest of my time to whenever that time's necessary. So thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Reserve time, 2:58. And colleagues, recap from yesterday, we did recess at 4:55. So if you look at our agenda, we have done 11 new business. A, that was a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with the speaker not voting. B was also considered but tabled with a vote of 18 in favor, 5 opposed, with speaker not voting. C, 0227-25, did pass with a vote of 19 in favor, 4 opposed, with the speaker not voting. And D, 0168-25, also passed with a vote of 17 in favor, 6 opposed, with the speaker not voting. So now we are on new business legislation E, letter E, 0177-25. Primary sponsor is Chairwoman Brenda Jesus. And staff, if you could help read this into the record. Or Chairwoman Crotty?
Thank you, Speaker. Before we act on this legislation, as council, I did request the digital copy, if this is part of 077-25, a digital copy. I did want my district to be able to review the projects and to confirm, but we just received this information late yesterday. My second request is if OMB or if staff can ask OMB for a printout to be provided to the council on NDOT's external funds. According to the Office of the Controller's report, there's hundreds of millions of dollars at NDOT external funds. So I'd just like to see that breakdown so I could ask specific questions on how our roads and that funding will be used to help our people. Thank you. The controller said.
Thank Thank you, Chair Karati, for that request to NDOT. We do have Mr. Tom Platero here. If we can get an electronic copy of the one that is titled Chapter Outreach Report 2025. So we can get an electronic copy of that, and also from OMB to get the balances information on the external fund report should be around 299 million, and also the state funding of around 27 million. Staff, if you could help work on that request from OMB. And at this time, we'll go to Chairwoman Jesus. Thank you, staff and colleagues. I'm going to call for a motion. Motion by Honorable Tull. Second, Delegate Curtis Unito. Questions and comments on this legislation, colleagues? And yes, there will be, so we'll give 20 minutes for the presentation. Chairwoman Jesus.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also to my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I bring here before you legislation 0177-25 with the titled as confirming the appointment of Mr. Tom Platero as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. So I know that this legislation had come before Nabakeya several weeks ago. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to my agent, Mr. Tom Platero, to do a thorough introduction and just to give background of his experience and whatnot. So, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, Yate, Shea Tom Platero Nshia. My birth certificate name says Tommy Platero, but I go by Tom Platero. I always think Tommy is the one that got in trouble on the school bus and had to sit behind the bus driver, so I carried that on. Touching in but I was born in Crown Point, New Mexico, but I grew up most of my life in Round Rock. Shamai Betty Platero yesterday, Tommy Joe Platero Jolie. My Chase, Joe Bedoni, my grandma was Lucy Wilson. My paternal grandfather was Joe Platero, and my paternal grandmother was Mary Ramon. My Nali lady passed on when my dad was young. So I see that's where I grew up at. My journey began with school. I went to a parochial school. I didn't go to a regular school. I went to a church school, so we went to church almost every day growing up. And then I went to a small school in Round Rock. We had all grades from kindergarten to high school, basically in three classrooms. And so I kind of grew up with a different education. I think it taught me to think differently going to that school because it was a different type of education. It wasn't a classroom. You kind of worked at your own pace, and so it was an interesting experience. Then I went to Mini Farms High School, graduated from Chinle High School. I was a Chief Manuelito recipient, 1983. I still have the plaque that Peterson Zaw signed when I was given that as recognition of that. Then I went to school at ASU. I really can't say I went to school. I went and got out of the reservation for a year, and then I went back to Dene College, got my associate degree, got my bachelor's degree from the University of New Mexico in Business Administration, and then I went to grad school. I wasn't able to finish. I was 2 classes short because I was commuting from here to Albuquerque for classes, so I'm actually a grad school dropout. The places that I've worked, I started working for the Navajo Nation in September 1984. So basically, I've been working for the tribe for on and off for 40 years. I took a break after the Ben Shelley came into office. That was the longest break that I took from the nation. I left on January 11, I believe, and went back to work in August. So the main places that I've worked with the Navajo Nation was Head Start. I started out as a reception person, basically an office aide right now, and I worked my way up within the ranks within Head Start up to a assistant department manager. I did finance, I did training plans, I ran, that's why I'm able to understand when people are doing work, because I've done the work. I've done the receiving reports, I've done purchase orders, I've worked with the vendors, I've created contracts. And so Head Start actually probably invested $500,000 or more in my training. Head Start is very big on training, and I went to so many different things and learned so much while I was at that program. And so I always think back that I wouldn't be able to do for the nation what I do now if it wasn't for Head Start. I worked for them for a number of years. Started out in Chinle. Jimmy Adekai was my first supervisor. Then I went to Shiprock. I worked there for a few years. Lorraine Yazi was my supervisor. Then I came to the Window Rock office, the main office, and Keba Begay was my supervisor there. And then from Head Start, I worked, I did a small temporary job at community development in Arbor Mitchell. I turned in my leave slip to him one day, and I'm going for an interview. I came back and he asked me, what did you go to interview for? And I said, I got interviewed for the fleet manager position. And he goes, you qualify for a department manager? And I was like, yeah. And he came back and I goes, I have a position open with the department over at transportation. Would you be interested? So I resubmitted my paperwork, and he's the one that brought me to transportation. The very first time that I went there, I was fortunate enough to work with an oversight committee that had some foresight. Transportation and Community Development Committee, Samson Begay, Mark Maryboy. I remember my very first meeting that I went to. It was an interesting meeting. We went to that meeting, and it was like my 3rd day. And I remember him saying, get up here and talk, because I wasn't really familiar with getting in front of people. So my first introduction was, get up here and say something. So my 3rd day on the job, I was already presenting to committee things. But each of the people that I've worked with in that capacity have really taught me a lot over the years of what to do and what not to do. So from that group, Samson Begejo, he was the chair for that committee. We did some work with him, and that's where both President Shirley and the TCDC wanted to move transportation from a department within Division of Community Development to its own division. So we went through that process, we got it approved. I remember that our paperwork was still going through, and Ben Shelley was the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. And his question was, why are you still doing your budget underneath community development when you're going to become your own division, Shitotni? And I remember, I don't know how they did it, but we were in that meeting with Budget and Finance, and he goes, go over to Ethics and Rules. And I remember Irvin Keyswood called a Ethics and Rules meeting. By the time I left Budget and Finance and I got down to the building, the Ethics and Rule building, and they had convened a meeting, and they passed our plan of operation. That's how quickly things moved back then. Then I went back from Ethics and Rules. By the time I got back to Budget and Finance, they already had our resolution over there. And then we presented our budget, and Ben Shelley and the Budget and Finance Committee changed it and created the very first budget for Division of Transportation under the name of Division of Transportation. So that was the experience that I got there. And that same committee, TCDC, they taught me how to work with committees, how to work with council. And I remember they were like, we need our own building. You work on that, but I remember we finished it. We got the contract for it, but I never actually got to work in that building. And then the administration changed, and Ben Shelley became the president, and he wanted his own people, so that was how I left transportation the first time. Then after that, my more significant experience was actually Johnny Nays called me. I was working over at Workforce Development, and Johnny Nays and his crew, his team, brought me in for an interview. That was for the position of the Director for Legislative Services. So I came to that interview, and then they're like, you'll start next week. So I came in, and they were going to do my paperwork, and then the Chief of Staff at that time said, we have a budget issue. We'll call you when we're ready. A year later, I was in Los Angeles. We're going out there for an Enrique Iglesias concert. We're sitting at the restaurant, and it said Speaker Nays on there. And I was like, oh crap. And so I went to the bathroom, was like, hello? And then he asked me, he goes, are you still interested in that director position for legislative services? And I said, sure. And he goes, when can you start? I go, I got to give my boss 2 weeks notice, and then I'll come in. And that's how I came to Office of Legislative Services. Speaker Nays is the one that hired me. When I first came here, I'm one of those people that has to ask a lot of questions. When I first came to Legislative Services, there were no processes, and written processes anyways, and there was no DIB at all. So, and what happened was, the person that was monitoring the legislation didn't even sit in the Office of Legislative Services. That person was actually sitting in the Office of the Speaker. So I went to Speaker Nays and I said, that person is supposed to be at Legislative Services. So they brought them back over. And that person that was taking care of the legislation at that time had just stacks and stacks of legislation. Nobody knew where anything was. So I said, I need an accounting of all the legislation. There were over 400 legislation that were pending, but nobody really knew where any of it was. And so there was no referral system, there was no electronic tracking system, there was no, this committee is there, this is what's going to happen. So we started working on it, and that's how we created DIB. DIB actually came about because of Manuel Rico, Mary Begay, and Mary Nez. Mary Begay, and sister Olia, but Mary Nez and then Jalissa Johnson. I remember when I first came in, people asked us about the Marriage Act. When was that passed? And it took us 3 weeks to find it. And I think we found it over at Records. A year and a half later, when DIB came up, Jalissa got it down to about 3 minutes. So from 3 weeks to 3 minutes to set up DIB and all of the work that went with it. is part of the process that I was involved with. I surround myself with people that really know what's going on. And so that's where these three individuals are the ones that still work for you and that put together DIB to where it is. It took another 2 years to work out all the kinks in it. And along that process, each of these individuals had to learn a whole coding system of how things work electronically. And they're still here helping you with all of that stuff that's going on. Then afterwards, I came back to DOT on January 1st, 2024. I was with another program, and this position became available, and I asked President, I said, I'd really like to go back and work in that DOT building. I've never worked in there. Previous to that, I had only been allowed in the building 3 times. Once I went there, and the person that was in the director position wasn't happy that I went to the building, so I never really went back. Then the time I went there 2 times to get my tribal permit. Other than that, I had never been in the building. And so that was why I asked to go back to DOT. When I came back to DOT the second time, it was very different from how it was the first time that I was there. The first time that I was there, it was really just coming off the ground. But when I went back, it was right after COVID, you got to remember. And so there were a lot of vacancies, a lot of different things. So I really appreciate the time that the President's Office and Resources and Development gave us to really relearn what's going on and where we are. It's been a lot of cleanup, a lot of learning, a lot of creating different systems that are there to get things back in place. But please realize that we aren't completely where we should be. Similar to how it took basically 3.5 years for DIB to come into existence and run the way it does, there are still refinements that need to be made at DOT. What I'd like to let you know is that the work that we've done is we've set up the administrative mechanism. We talk a lot about internal controls that really didn't exist there. And so we're still in the process of updating all of those things. We've got ethics training to do. We've got a new employee orientation to go through, create and implement it. We need to get better at tracking. We need to get better at communicating with the public on what's going on out there. We need to get better at really taking an issue from the community, following it through and closing it out, and then communicating back to the community that their request has been handled. One of the things that we did this past year was because of the amount of work that's contract work that's involved with running an organization such as Navajo DOT, we created what we were calling a grants and contracts unit. All of our finance documentation goes through that section. All of our contracts go through that section. And it took about 9 months of work with Department of Personnel Management to classify 2 contract analyst positions, and those should be being advertised shortly here so that we will actually have 4 contract people that are there. And the reason that we need those positions is because we need to do contract monitoring. We just administer the programs, but there needs to be independent monitoring of each of those contracts that are there. I'm running out of time. I will go on ahead and explain that we did some work in airports. We have a permanent manager that's there. Transit didn't have a permanent manager for a number of years before I got there, and that was one of their program review findings, was that they had they didn't have a permanent manager. That's now taken care of. Roads, we're just now beginning to assess that one, but the idea on that is to decentralize it back to the local level. We have an engineering section, we have a non-federal highway section, we have we're going to be renaming the project manager section, the compliance section, which is the work that it really does. Highway safety now has a permanent manager. I understand now Delegate Crotty's request for a comprehensive transportation plan. What she's looking for, I believe, is an overall approach of all the funding sources that are there. The majority of the past 1.5 years was to stabilize the Federal Highway Administration funding, which we have, Between 2011 and 2023, the year before I came, Navajo DOT had issued only 11 construction contracts. Between 2004 and about a month ago, we have now issued 8 contracts in the time that I've been there. So we're almost completely in 2 years, about 2.5 years' time, we will complete the number of contracts that was done by previous administrations. We do need council support. I appreciate the legislation 0235-25, the revision to the Procurement Act. That is going to put us in compliance with the Federal Highway Administration. I did reach out to Federal Highway. I sent them the draft legislation, and they have accepted it as a corrective action on our audit. Right now, they're holding about $84 million. As soon as that Procurement Act is done, they will release those funds to the Navajo Nation. The other one is we are having issues working with chapters. We have about 7 projects. When you get New Mexico capital outlay money, the chapters are supposed to do a resolution, and chapters aren't responding. So some of it, the delay on these New Mexico projects is there are different fundings from different agencies with different requirements when you work with the New Mexico capital outlay money. These individual contracts require a chapter resolution. Sa'aya, you have to spend 5% within a certain amount of time. So each of those, the requirements are different. So we'll need to work with the chapters on those. We will be working on updating our plan of operation. We have a consultant that is joining us. One of the things that we hope to achieve with the updating of the plan of operation is to consolidate air transportation in with the airports. The planes, they're over at General Services. The airport facilities itself is under DOT. We would like to put that all under one umbrella. The other one is we really need help with this implementation of the federal pay scale that is being implemented. I believe Mr. Not social services, but the one that used to be social services, they are implementing that federal pay thing. In ours, we can implement that for planning and transit, but everybody else is going to be different. The federal employees over here will get this pay scale. The ones that are general funds will have one pay scale, and the FET ones will have a different pay scale. So we're ready to implement that fully for the transit and for planning, but the other Zigeya, there will be disparity in pay. So it would be great if you guys could just consider implementing the federal pay scale for all tribal positions so that everybody is getting paid the same amount. The other one is we're going to be working on DOT-specific policies.
Thank you, Tom Platero, and also Chairwoman Jesus. And colleagues, I'm going to go to delegates for questions. First, we do have Chairwoman Crotty.
I appreciate it. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate Sade, that beautiful, touching prayer this morning. I felt like it really grounded me and settled and got us focused on what we need to do. So this is a very important confirmation in the public hearings that Budget and Finance conducted. Roads was, I believe, either number 4 or number 5. And so what we've been trying to do as a committee is analyze, data-driven, looking at all of the finances that are available for what can we recommend as a funding plan for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. The first step we would need was, of course, we see the numbers in terms of what funds are available at the federal, state, and local level, Navajo Nation funding, but what we don't have is a solid plan on the readiness of these projects. I'm concerned about, in hearing, the history of Mr. Platero, Shiaj, and where you're at now, is give me an example of an instance where your decision was not accurate and how you addressed the issue in your capacity as a division director, you mentioned the federal audit or your response and how that may have compromised future funding. And also in terms of equipment that was here at legislative branch that then was transferred over to NDOT. I want to be very clear in terms of your decision-making. In my experience with what's currently going on, and for the fiscal year 26, you were very vocal in terms of budget and finance actions to make sure that all of our employees were funded, which was in compliance with the BIM. And I did see some conversations between our attorneys, and so you did mention the personnel that you have mentored here at legislative. And so there is, you do have a lot of insight on what is happening at the legislative branch. My concern is that type of influence that you may have here that would have led to equipment being moved from legislative branch to now executive that was purchased with legislative dollars. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:19. Going next to Delegate Endines.
Thank you, Speaker. Arakodosh Shade for the legislation, and then Chiche, Mr. Platero, for being here for confirmation. So I want to preface by saying that the Health Education Human Service Committee, we've been doing a lot of work regarding the personnel manual. And I think as delegates, we do receive a lot of experiences, instances, recommendations, et cetera, that concern our employees. And so that's why this body, during our special council in early September, we passed a directive as well with the Labor Commission. And so there are variations that I'm trying to do my best when it comes to researching on how we can strengthen such a policy to assist our employees the best way that we can. And so the first part of my questions are going to concern employees. So Mr. Platero, I want to understand your position on the employees that you oversee, some of your own strategies, as well as working as the head of this entire division. And if you can just share a little information on that. But I do want to get to a specific question that I was informed about regarding an employee under the NDOT who manipulated documents to hire another individual. And if you are aware of that, if you can provide any information. I know it's a personnel matter, but I'm not trying to get into too much details. I just want to make sure that you as a director in any program and divisions, in any supervisors, are adhering to equity across the board. And my main concern with any of the executive directors, and this came up last night at our Crystal chapter meeting, that with this administration, there's just a lot of unknowns and uncertainties on what is being discussed between these parties as an executive director and then with the president's office. And my thought and thinking is always, well, if that's the behavior or the disposition of the administration, that shouldn't have to trickle down to our employees because they provide us direct service. Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
2:42, and go back to Chairwoman Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, Chair Crotty, and also Honorable Dr. Agent Nez for asking, those questions. So I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to my agent, Mr. Platero.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, regarding Delegate Crotty's questions, one of the things that the reports that I gave you was the active and inactive projects. A lot of what we've been trying to do has involved going back to the beginning of DOT. We went through 3 different managers to try to achieve this report. So it takes time to get everything in order. I can appreciate Delegate Crotty's question, but it takes a lot of time to go back and reconcile things that have done under previous administrations, similar to how council has to edit certain legislation to get those the way that they need it to. It's the same way with ASIA. So we did provide that report. She did ask for the report on the chapter one during the other meeting, so we did provide that one. The example of an instance where I made a decision and had to change it afterwards, I hired an individual for the highway safety. They had worked with a program where the work that needed to be done at DOT should have been relatively easy for them. I had to recant because I had to let that individual go. I gave them a year to do what they needed to do, and I had to let them go. We put in a new person who's now really moving the agenda as quickly as she can, and so that is where I made a decision, and I did not make the right decision, and I rectified it when I could. On the question of the equipment, we already addressed that at the Navigated meeting. We did make an error. I admitted to the error, and we will make that correction thing. It's just a transfer of equipment from one to the other. If you look at the current BIM right now, there's a section in there that says don't buy new equipment, use what's available there. It would have been surplus. And so it's similar to that. And I did already admit my error in that, and I would hope that we can move on from that. On the FY26 budget and finance action thing, I can respect that we may not agree on certain things, but I also understand that I work within the confines of the decisions of what's made here at legislative and also what's made at the executive side. I am in a position where it was reiterated to me during Nabikiatit that I have to work with both sides, and I have done my best to stay as neutral with both sides as I can. I have an opinion, but my opinion is not expressed in any way through social media or anything like that. I keep my opinions to myself because I have the understanding that I have to work with everybody in that process. As far as influence, I mean, as long as I've been here, I'm not sure how I would define influence. I have always tried to be respectful when I leave a position to leave when I leave. I don't go back and get involved in my previous positions. I don't, when people ask me, I always say, I got my divorce, I've left, I've moved on. And I have always tried to practice that because in my opinion, it really isn't fair to go back and get involved in what you were once, but not in that capacity any further. So I try to do my best to keep my opinion or direct relation to previous places that I've worked. So I try to work by that for myself and for those around me. Delegate Nez, Shache, I appreciate, I was disappointed in the social media summary, social media policy, but I look forward to your meeting on the 27th next week. So pass that as quickly as you can. Let's help each other and get this updated. I think as the oversight, we need your support to move these items along. I think for a long time, you know, like I said, we really appreciate what Budget and Finance did to update the procurement. That really helped us in a pickle with the federal highway funding. So we need your support as well to get the social media policy done because it is getting out of hand and we need an official policy that will govern all of those. I will, just as a preface, be submitting other policies that are specific to Navajo DOT. I think because of the work that we do, we're going to need a policy, an addendum, where we get the driving records of all DOT employees on an annual basis because the background check, that's only done every 3 years. And people can be honest or dishonest about self-reporting incidences, but because of the type of equipment that we work with, and it's already required under transit. All I'm going to try to do is apply the rule that is foot transit for all of Navajo DOT. So that will be something that we look forward to the adoption of the updated personnel policies manual, just so we can put that issue to rest. The other question you heard of is, I have always, as far as at the head of this division, I have always worked by, you don't burn bridges. You know, Delegate Crowdy and I work together. I learned from her, and I hope she learned some from me. But there are times that we disagreed, but we agree to disagree and keep it on a professional level. You know, I'm not going to be Delegate Crowdy's this, Delegate Crowdy's that. That's just never been my style, and I would never do that. You know, she still calls me Shiaj from time to time. Maybe she regrets it at times, but we all are entitled to our opinion. But like I said, in my position, I can't have that kind of animosity or somebody that I can't work with. I need the support of different committees on this. I need the support of council to move forward the agenda of transportation. And that's where I can't really get completely involved on this side or completely involved on that side. I did the same when I was at legislative. At that point, as the legislative services director, I never went to any of the delegates' functions. You know, I don't think I even went to one of the horse ride things because I had to kind of keep impartial on there. The same way I tried to keep myself out of certain activities with the office of the president. I didn't go to the Tuba City Fair. I didn't go to the Shiprock Fair. Those kind of things. I tried to remain neutral because I have to work with both sides. As far as the manipulation of records, if that becomes known to me, we will take the appropriate disciplinary action because that shouldn't be tolerated. I'm not aware of any document at this point for getting somebody hired. You know, all of my stuff that I do, okay, how do I phrase it? When I hire managers, I'm allowed them to manage their own section. I don't get involved in there and say, hire this person. But if I see something that is going on, then we will have a conversation. But for the people that work directly for me, I'm involved in their hiring. You've heard other people say, interview recommended that. You know, down to the person that answers the phone in my office, I'm involved in that hiring process. As far as equity across the board, you did hear my presentation earlier when I asked that when the federal pay scale be applied, I'm going to be at a disadvantage because my other ones aren't going to be getting that. And so I asked for equity in the payment that's made to our employees. If this section of my office is going to get a pay raise, then I want everybody to get a pay raise. It shouldn't just be based on where they're funded from. It should be we should get the same benefit. So that's how I try to work with equity, sir. The other part with equity is we really need to invest in, and I think you asked for my position on how I run this. I think the Navajo Nation really needs to come up with a measurable training plan for managers. You know, you have people that are very technically savvy, and we move them up to managers, but they're not finance people, they're not personnel people, they're not presentation to oversight people. Somehow we have to help them get over that. And that's where, when I first came in, one of the things that I saw were the women that work for or are in management positions or support somebody in that. We did a training specifically for them by women so that they could feel empowered. I think for me, helping women to succeed in an environment that's mainly been for men is part of what I push for and I strive for. And so I think that is also part of equity. So that's how I try to look at it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Protero, and also Chairwoman Jesus. So we'll go back to questions. Next, we do have Delegate Arbin Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 25th Navajo Nation Council, the Quaggy staff, I don't know you hagisto, Yahatla Hagi. The Enol Snagisto, than Hinashigi. Iloyat ben hidini dolil ado hiala wage. Do kodo na edikidigishin eya kodo eya confirmation gi ishin kodo Mr. Botero kodo enkilnasna kodo shin eya bahasti dolil do kodo ya chona anegi ne huta. I've seen his management style. Don't that the Nashige Nation. He doesn't favor any department or anybody within his organization. Don't transportation was under DCD. Although TCDC and other leadership been to take it on its own because it thought was almost like the Veterans Office. It was just hidden within DCD's department. Veterans Act so ani yego inasnis. Don't the building that's just anigito. Yego ben da shieldness. Do and also the equipment. We had Department of Transportation. Department of Transportation. He didn't know. We never had any equipments. So a manager and law, with the heat. I say, what would happen if there's an emergency? We don't have any heavy equipment. So under his leadership, we had light equipment. So and then they probably gotten old. So TCDC and now RDC could report again oversight committee. I've seen his work over at legislative branch. That time I was chief of staff for Speaker Bates. He ran that department. You can just get online and see all your resolutions. So his management style, his working with different kind of leadership. They Washington know this out. Although with the counties, he works pretty well with the supervisors in the Arizona portion, just supervisors. I'm pretty sure he does good work with the state of New Mexico. Although budget, he's pretty knowledgeable in developing budgets. Based on as a director, I think you manage pretty well. But if you don't know the budget, he put in 40 plus years to the Navajo Nation. Because Navajo Nation so with that, Madam Speaker, I give the rest of my time back.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. And next we do have Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Good morning. Yate Bennett Arnold Skodokiala, Madam Speaker, Shanala Hodo, Sabi Shahing Akido in the Shanadai, Madam Chair Jesus, beautiful prayer, Njono in Hanaisin Kandako. The in the Shitsel that's a Shanai, that's a Shoshil Tachini. Shitselisi. I can't allow don't hit now that do Kodo Nanashida or Netigi Argent Hilchino. At Sagan, Nidish Kidogi, a yadi In the Eastern Agency, McKinley County, Jinkil Kahotzog, Aja non Njorjig, Adig Latais at Iodo Yugo, Hanogon Habiki, Distido, Isenha, being dit either. I've have received emails, and these are email threads from Honorable Nathan Nota and his concerns from getting this project off the ground. So I do have a listing, some unofficially, our bridge listing, we do have two bridges, CR 15, CR 45, and these are the roads within McKinley County. Their purchase orders have been issued, 60% are being completed. Secondly, the design phase for 10 original bridges are complete. And then thirdly, the Superman Canyon Bridge CR 43 is noted to be completed. These are updates that we would respectfully request from NDOT in working collaboratively with McKinley County Roads. As we all know, there is no funding request through the Navajo Nation. This is a federal TTT bridge project, and we just need to get these addressed with all the monsoon that we received recently. Secondly, Sago, you have Mr. Platero in your department at NDOT. You brought your staff out to to evaluate some of the conditions that we received specifically over at Satlachit chapter. We'd like to see if we can continue that updates and collaboration as far as doing a bridge inventory, especially some of these crossings that are really unsafe. So we really need to try to start figuring out how we're going to get additional funding, how we're going to get heavy equipment right-of-ways, and all. It's going to be a task that we're going to have to monitor closely. So the bridges, McKinley County, though, and the state of New Mexico, they are willing and they are practically giving it to us. But over here on the Navajo Nation side, we are just dragging our feet. We are not making these correspondence. We are not attending these county commissioner meetings. And right now, the county attorney is about to just return this whole project back to us, or if that's even possible, or just delete these projects from their listing. So if we could provide me an update, Mr. Patero, or we can, I'll just go ahead and rephrase these questions or these project updates through an email, AD. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time, please.
Reserve time of 1:33. The next will go to Chairwoman Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and again, good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Chair Jesus, for the prayer this morning. Good morning to Mr. Platero. Mr. Platero, thank you for agreeing to work with Chair Jesus on this legislation. I'm sure my colleagues have asked what took so long for your confirmation, as you've been in your seat for quite some time. As a division director, I wanted to know what the breakdown is at NDOT of the Navajo Nation money, state money, and federal money. I know I could ask the controller these questions, but my expectation as a division director that you would be aware of how much money is sitting at NDOT and what is the expenditure rate of each of these fund types. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:10. Now go back to Chairwoman Jesus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also colleagues that had asked questions. I'd like to go ahead and yield time over to my agent to make response to these questions.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, Delegate Yazi, I'm older than you, so I'm six decades old, so I'm sure you're not 6 decades old, sir. One of the things that, in regards to McKinley County, I just checked, and on Tuesday, we just submitted 5 more. We received funding for 4. We did reach out to Anthony Demas. He's going to be setting up a meeting so that we can transfer those funds over to the county. The issue with the McKinley County ones is the request has to come from Navajo. It can't be county directly to Federal Highway. These are our Indian Reservation Road dollars, so they have to go through us. The difficulty with the McKinley County request is, as part of the appropriation process for the bridges, there's a checkoff list that you have to have all those documents before you can apply for those funds. And we have been working with them. Right away is a huge issue. McKinley County have bridges, but they never require it right away. So that's one of the check boxes. So we have been trying to help them with it. The other part of it is the request when it goes in has to have they have to be on the Navajo Nation T-tip. We are working with RDC. We got the package ready. We will be running that through the 164. Once that is done, that will go on ahead and go to those. And those include all of your bridges. I think we're up to 42 now. That's requested from McKinley County. You got to remember, McKinley County got the bulk of the original appropriation for fuel excise tax. They were the only entity on the Navajo Nation that had access to an engineer. The old rating system underneath FET, McKinley County got a huge percentage of the original FET allocations. So they were trying to replicate that on this site. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it because we had to adhere to the federal regulations to complete a packet that's there. In addition to our people working on it, we met with our consultants to have them assign us a bridge engineer to help us package all of these so that we can submit more that are going in there. The process that we've been going up to now has garnered the Navajo Nation 38 million additional IRR dollars specifically for bridges. So that's what's going on with those. So we've been successful up to that. We know how to use it. The problem we're going to run into is those bridge funds are only available up to next year. So part of what we need council's support with is to get involved with us in the reauthorization lobbying efforts to say continue the bridge program because it is needed. We also need to work on the distribution formula of it because Navajo is at a disadvantage for that funding that's there. So we will be getting together to, I think I copied you on the email. It's I believe 11.6 or $11.8 million for 4 bridges, and all of those are underneath the McKinley County ones. So we will work on getting the other ones in. We are in contact with Mr. Demas. His office is supposed to set up a meeting with our office so that we can get the, if we need to, the MOA between us and the county updated and then issue a separate one to transfer those funds over to them. So there has been some movement on that section. And as far as Chair Parrish's question, we actually do a report every Thursday on all of our federal funding. We are going to institutionalize that as for all departments. So an original one, when we did the budget reports, is we actually did it for each of the departments. We're transitioning that this year where each department must do that on their own so that they know exactly what they're spending in theirs. It's mainly on our operating, but we do periodic updates for those. One of the things that we're going to be working on is providing a quarterly report to our oversight on expenditures of all of the funds that are there. The federal dollars have been accumulating since 2011, which is the federal highway construction. So when when Delegate Crotty is saying the 200, it's actually more closer to 300 with an additional 84 million sitting there pending the passage of 235. So Federal Highway will release those dollars to Navajo Nation once we get that legislation passed. So we do track all of those ones. Marco, in his section, I'll make sure that they start updating all of their activity reports. The one thing that we do need to work with council on is this is our oversight, there's different oversights. So if council can come up with some sort of mechanism where for programs or divisions, you want the information shared with everybody. Come up with something like that so that we can work within the confines of what you need, but enact rules that allow us to do all of those. So certain times I'll email everything, but certain times
I feel that the way the structure is set up, I have to clear it with my oversight before I distribute it to everybody. So kind of work on that mechanism of which programs you want to go to everybody. Like education is huge, roads are huge, all these different topics. But the way that the structure is done, because I used to work at legislative services, I'm cognizant that I have to work with my oversight before I introduce it to other ones that are out there. So set up some sort of mechanism where for specific areas where you want us to share with all of them, set that up in the way that the reporting structure is. Because I don't want to overstep my boundaries. They have been very supportive of us, and I don't want to do anything to upset my oversight to try to get information to you. I know now why you guys did that appropriation on the additional dollars that came in. Now you have access to all of our reports, so those we will be submitting to you on a quarterly basis of the expenditures for all of those. We just have to create the mechanism to do all of that stuff. So there is a whole lot of money that's sitting out there. My concern is going into the reauthorization. When you have that much money unspent sitting there, it's going to be kind of like inexia. Ishin ya peso de no kid I thought based on hijel ya na get to chadal in the danki doni. So that's where we kind of have to work together to set up those mechanisms. But the percentage on ours, we did have a little bit of difficulty with the 25 funds because we had such a high percentage of it when the continuing resolution happened, because we were going to move positions around. And I believe I explained that when I was doing my presentation to Budget and Finance. We had a large amount of unspent in there, but going in to the new year, everybody is now moved into the permanent structure that would be there, so we track all of those ones. So Markel Cascala from our office, she provides a report for all of our operating, so we'll now take that and extend it so that it includes also reports on project money, so we can do that. The one thing that we do need help with is we have a legislation pending with legislative services to extend the fuel excise tax. There's certain projects that are closed out. So Delegate Begay has been waiting for his 40,000 for Rama chapter, but we need that extension authorization passed so that we can reopen those accounts. So certain accounts, they have a shelf life here. And in order to extend the ending dates of those accounts, you have to have oversight approval to do that. So that's the part that we need to set those up. The other part is the report that I provided you that said the inactive ones. A lot of those were still open. We're in the process of closing all of those out. The reason that we need to close those ones out is any account that's open, regardless of when the funding cycle began, at an audit point, they can actually audit any one of those accounts that are there. So that's why we need your help, the legislative's help, to get those extensions processed so that we can close all of those ones out. So that's where we ask for your help. But we're happy to provide that information. I just need to make sure that I provide this information to this side, my oversight, because I have to be respectful of them. They're, in essence, my boss as well. And so the mechanism to other committees where you want information, if you can help us with something like that, so that I don't overstep my boundaries when I'm sending information out. So if that will kind of help clarify things. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Platero, and also Chairwoman Jesus. And we'll keep moving forward with questions. Next, we do have Delegate Helena Nesbigay.
Good morning, do he had do con a do he had not the schneid lecture con citizen nakabehinzi do achaho so this in Lenida be hot ya atki oshin achaho in le I did out I need kitten at all Dachjohinson. I have several questions, and we've been meeting on in 16, and this project has been on the listing for quite some times now, and hakwishi years got etachine ako IDC AD naha ben dilnish nitsen ako Shido Delegate Herman Daniels, that's in our area. Ako IDC Hastuido Sani they live along this road. Ko la I seen la ho dialysis ko danda the ka. Ako I see hash lishin da hat leho ye go bitchen da ho na go chen da ka ko. Ado N21 do that's between Kaibito only copper mines go. You know, I have been told that this project's been on the listing for quite some time, but I never seen it on any of your reports since I became on board. I saw that on the Sehafsin listing today in the Hot Ayilsa. So ever since I became council, we've been working on this. So we have children that live along that road, and the buses can't go through that road because of the washboard and the condition of the road, and a lot of our children are missing school. Though parents don't have the funding to run their children back and forth on that road. You see, shown the N21, that's going to be emergency access from Highway 98 to Echo Cliff Hospital that's being built. Ako AD the Ashon den Habin Didnish. You see, that's going to be that's the highway that's going to be used by other communities from Inscription House, Shanto, or that wants to go to Echo Cliff for their appointments. So AD the Ninch Kedo les Ashon. We just talked about this legislation 0211-25 yesterday. It got on the listing. We've been addressing other roads like Copper Mine, Chapter Donde 89, Ado Tanalia, Copper Mine to 89. That's a heavy traffic. That's a school bus route too. And we have a lot of elders that live along that road. I want you to come out to we can tour these roads. We had there was a really bad weather, and the ambulance couldn't get through the mud in Tanalia to where we lost a grandma. So, and then we had another grandma that stayed overnight because they were stuck in the mud. Tanalia just east of Elephant Feet. So you see that's been on the listing. I don't see none of these projects on any of the listings that we get. So I want to bring that to your attention. Another problem we have is that when we need assistance, especially where we live, you see the weather, the wind, it gets really sandy out there, and if it rains, it gets muddy, and sometimes we need your NDOT's assistance to grade these roads when even to a community member, maybe to an elder's home, to a school student's home. These are federally funded funding that was purchased with these machineries. Don't need a call. Who?
Is that two? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next delegate in the queue. We have Delegate George Tolth. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp Anunda Kuro Presenter. Chairwoman Kasus, thank you for that prayer. Mahalon do Masan Holon with Ahatzel Zeno. Yo at the So thank you. Ado Kodom Chiche, Mr. Petero. Confirmation. I just want to say Thank you for coming out to Oho'onsino about 2 months ago. We discussed some roads out there. Hopefully, our project's still on the list in the year of 2026. So we finally informed our community when this project's going to start. So in 474 and one from Council all the way up to Oho'onsino. The other one too is your staff, Miss Regina Martinez, very helpful when the chapter submit the work request. And the survey in the inko iba hehuin ko yego that jashi sad in hidden jinde. You're trying your best. So hopefully in the future you can store all your equipment at Crown Point, Eastern Navajo Road, Old Road Department. APIA on he can each shot and linko. The equipment now is no loedo. Kodo get the gate and the grader. So in near future, I'd like for you to do in-service training for our chapter operators and Lenigi. Because some of these chapters have a grader but no operator. So I guess the problem with that is you have to have CDL. Ako idea nidish kilahahota bukihol jizo. Then in service training daily how to start the grader and what shift do you have to fool around with it and all that good stuff. It ain't nidish kisiche. Kot binja this to nana here on his staff and lenigi. Sa konshin hans tanko. Ishina the zelo kon e yahain kentaka. And then you always have to depend on your staff. Evaluate the directors. What on Jonito? What a from the top to the bottom. We'll always evaluate our staff. It should be also from the top, from the bottom to the top, so you'll know where you stand. So it is what that call. The employee is the one that makes you look good. So, but not just a zero and general banahaja. You what I need to that. But I know just came there to is what is. I thought it's at the the asked and I leave. I thought she none shot is I old lady before I mean when I left from this council chamber though on this jinan nan dila nedo itrahel wala work and so dan just case nature I hast ahin lala ko sa ba him ko ere ota se che hota sa ik endini to ato kojit policy and procedure nenegi Esto be Chetanil Art Hasi Committee next week. Panarit Indolil. Erehotas Cheto, here, Aro, Madam Speak, Pro Temp. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I was waiting for the red light to turn on. I forgot I'm supposed to turn it on myself. So with that, we do have two delegates who asked questions. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the presenters, and then we'll proceed forward with the next two delegates. So the floor, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Chair Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. Mr. Patero, Banat and Shato Kude, Daidol Kedigi Aja Sachinkich and Nadot
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, Delegate Nesbigay, one of the things that we'll be working on is trying to transfer more information onto our website of what the funded projects are. For Tuba City, RDCD-41-22, the T-tip that's approved up to next year, Western Agency, that includes in 648, in 71, in 21, in 6466, in 609, in 6485, in 221, in 6731, in 6910. Unfortunately, in 16 isn't on there. And that we need to work with oversight to get it included in there. There's a small section, 3 miles for in 21, but a copper mine down, from the hospital, it just covers that small section. So we will work with you on getting that added to the list somehow. The difficulty and that's why I included this one, this report, where it says paved BIA routes over 30 years old. The route that's being, so there's 1,003.2 miles of BIA paved roads. It's like we inherited an old used car when we transferred it over. So all of these routes for that 1,000 miles, the average cost right now is 4.5 million a mile. So to replace the existing, rehab the existing inventory of routes that are over 30 years old is going to cost $4,514,400. At the present rate of 58 million a year, that's going to take 77.83 years to address the need that we have with the BIA paved routes. Beyond that, when we do these costs, that only includes the construction. We need to somehow report to you on a project what is done for compliance, what is done for design, what is done for construction management, and what is the costs for compliance as it's being constructed. So we will work with you. The plan will be updated in about a year. So what we're trying to do is set up a process where, similar to when I was at Legislative Services, we had a performance audit done by the Office of the Controller, and they listed all these different things that we need to do. So by that token, we have a process that we do, but it's not an approved policy. So a lot of what we do needs to be changed over to where we actually get approval for those policies. Delegate Shandim, Delegate Parrish, what we will work on is I'll follow the model that we used at FRF and start posting financial reports on our website. I think that way everybody knows what we have, what we're spending, where it's being spent, and what sequence that it's being spent. Because it's all public funds, and I don't have an issue with providing that information. So I'll work with my team to try to set up project information on site, online, so that anybody can access all of those ones. What we're really excited about is our deputy division director and our department manager for compliance / project management. They just negotiated an agreement with the University of New Mexico. Right now, it's sitting at Office of the Controller. It's a contract for $250,000 where we're going to try to automate more of the processes that we work with. The other one is on Delegate Crotty's request for a comprehensive transportation plan. We're going to try to replicate the WIN system that's being used at community development so that we have communities submit this is what we want on there and automate that process. We also, within that system, want to add it so that there's a feature of these are the routes that we want to get service. We need maintenance on this road. One of the things that we're working on, and I'm probably getting too far ahead of myself, but you should be aware of, is we're trying to do away with this 15 miles per chapter. To me, 15 miles isn't enough.
You have your small chapter that may only have 200 miles. Then you have another chapter. Honestly, the one big surprise that I got coming back to DOT was when we did a report to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, yeah. A high percentage of the roads in the entire Navajo Nation are actually in that area. But the resources that we give them doesn't match it. So that's where I started thinking back. How can we match it up? So we're trying to set it up to where we, instead of just doing the 15, we would commit to your four routes that have the highest ADT. So we're using statistical data to select the roads as opposed to that road, and that road. Is what we're trying to switch to. I apologize, Delegate Nesbigay. I can't skirt the issue of the funding portion of it. When we accepted the federal dollars for the maintenance portion of it, we can only do roads that are on the inventory. Remember when I went to agency council and I said, take down the maps, these are the roads that we can do. Based on that's where that came from. The fuel excise tax, that the nebages, lahaki inside the, I believe the regulations or the fund management plan indicates that it can only be applied to public roads. So one of the things in everything, the policies and regulations that we work with, the only place where public road is defined is inside the fuel excise tax regulations. In the update of our plan of operation, we are going to clarify what is a public road and what is a private road. Into your age, electricity, they meter box, meter box, don't lay one be and so we're trying to figure out a way that we can help those. But please understand that when we go onto those private roads, we still have to comply with all the NEPA requirements. When they were building these houses out there or the homes that they bought, a private road. That's the part where we ran into an issue with. So as we go through this process, maybe we can work together to figure out a way to do that. But so the NEPA requirements have to apply, environmental, and so I can't change those. So I apologize for that. Delegate Toth, thank you for recognizing Regina. She was a great addition to our program. She's a real go-getter, and we're very fortunate to have her on our team. The 474 will continue working on that. The in-service for chapters, we are working with our planning section. One of the things that I'm happy to report to you as a council is this is the first time in a long time that the planning section has been funded for all of the positions that they need to run their program. Previous years, when I came to DOT a year ago, there was Marco, Marge, like 3 or 4 other people for the entire planning department. This year, I think we funded 16 positions, so they have a full staff now that will be able to work with the planning section. And one of the things that I'm really pushing our department manager on that is we have to do a better job of training the chapter official on our rules and our reporting mechanisms. And so we have some work to do in that, but we are on our way to actually getting that done.
Point of privilege called by Delegate Crotty. Delegate Crotty, what is your point of privilege?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shada, Pro Tem Speaker. I would request from NDOT if you submitted the missing procurement files so that we can send that to our federal partners, that you met the requirement for a cost price analysis. Pro Tem, Pro Tem Speaker, I don't want to delay the conversation. So, and I know the documents are supposed to be provided. So if I could just get a response on when she has Mr. Platero and his staff can get that to the council. That's regarding millions and millions of dollars.
Thank you. Point of privilege has been called by Delegate Crotty. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time, as point of privileges do have to be addressed immediately. So we'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to the sponsor, Chair Jesus.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, and also Shadeja, Chair Crotty, for that question regarding the cost price analysis. So I'll go ahead and yield time over to Mr. Platero to provide a response. I think he's able to provide.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, Delegate Crotty, I'm not able to access your internet, and I'm trying to get that. The first part, we can send you the report in digital format. The second part is I can send you 2 emails that came from Federal Highway. The first is that they accepted our audit response and the internal processes that we created to meet the cost price analysis. The way we're understanding it is for procurement over 50,000. So that's a process that we're using. We created a whole new checkoff list inside of DOT so that it's actually included inside every procurement transaction. So that's what we're using now. That's the first part where Federal Highway accepted our corrective action plan. So that form we have been using on all procurement that goes above that. So anything above 50, we do the cost price analysis as part of the checkoff list for each of those activities. The second part was where I submitted the legislation 0235 to Federal Highway, both to Matthew Bird at Federal Highway Finance in DC and Manuel Sanchez with Federal Highway in the state of Arizona. And Matthew Bird, who's the lead for that, has given his consent that it appears that what is in there will meet the requirements. Please send a copy of it when it is passed by your legislature. So those are the 3 items that I can send you, Delegate Crotty. I get internet access.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And Chair Crotty, does that work for you? Okay. And maybe we can help set up with IT for Wi-Fi access. Oh yeah, we can share a hotspot. And going next to Delegate Nathan Nota.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Although, Mr. Platero, thank you for coming in again today. I noticed you were here most of the day yesterday. Just a few questions I have for you. First off, I want to say that I wish you had stayed at the FRF ARPA office. We needed you over there, or maybe you can do both. But I hated to see you leave, but I think you're doing a good job at transportation, and you do have my support today. You mentioned something about measurable training plan, that you've advocated for this. I'm assuming that includes strategy, preparations, leadership. With the limited resources that we have, when you say you've advocated for this, I'm guessing that that's been with the President, President Nygren. My curiosity is how he's reacted to that. What's his view of that from where you stand? What's your thought of what he thinks of that advice, I guess? That's question number 1. Number 2, you covered a little bit of this, the 15 mile per chapter funding, the maintenance that we do on a regular basis. I'm glad you addressed that. But right now, more in the short term, how does the funding for from BIA look as far as it addresses that maintenance program? Are we going to be able to maintain that, do you think? Is there any trouble down the road that you foresee from the administration, the Trump administration, in maintaining that particular plan? Although Delegate Yazzie mentions something on the McKinley County Roads project, we've been dealing with this for the last 3 years. You said there's a checkoff list. The way you make it sound like Anthony over at McKinley County does not have that checkoff list, and that they're falling short on some of those areas that need to be taken care of. You mentioned that you're helping them with their right-of-ways. My conversation with him indicates to me that it's supposed to be the Navajo Nation that's supposed to take care of that right-of-way, and they're waiting a lot, not only on the bridges, but on a lot of the road maintenance programs. I know that they stopped doing a lot of the road maintenance for McKinley County from the standpoint of what the county was responsible for because of sovereignty issues and the right-of-ways, and I think I'd like some clarification on that. You mentioned the T-tip. We are still trying to work on getting some of those bridges on that list. You mentioned the last time, and again now that you're looking at hiring an engineering consultant to help with some of these projects. I want to know where that stands. How far are you on that project? I'd like to have an update. The last meeting, I know that the McKinley County set up, meaning Anthony, he requested for topics, and I don't think anybody submitted any topics. I was hoping that NDOT would list some things that we need to discuss, and that wasn't done. With that, we are running out of time with those funds. Those are federal funds, like Delegate Yazzie mentioned. None of that does come from the tribe, and we need to get those bridge programs or broad projects done. So with that, I reserve my time. Those are my 3 questions.
Reserve time of 1:13. Delegate Herman Daniels.
Madam Speaker, Arinta Kwadota, Shananta Lenigi, Beshbahas Anna, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Adokwadota, Shama, Kwadota, Altsegi, I see though, a hand the destination song, Kwadota, Gates of the Zambahin Zigi, Beden Nedigi, Kwadota, I see Hashin so Equado Ebe, Chana Itla, Donana Kodo Bed Zil, Kodoyat Erbenza Kiss, Adohajad. Beset Zilo, yeah, Kodosma. Arinda Kodota, not so spät an Hadit, I Kodo, not so spät, okay, the Kikodo with Yetan, il Soski Kodo, Hashin so Ikodo, a Bahata Isido, Kodo, Bahata Itzi. A co and does the a teen bear and does the eco. Got a con Hitlan hall, just what did in the radar. Happy on Hitlan, how they see. Hodi nato I see the yashi dole donana a teen she the hash dole go. Lada nile about it has lean the nile, but she still the husband a teen they the hot want to sneak. But a teen she honada erole the hash stole, especially quaggy on tiki quite the way that Uske on teacher. I don't know, it's a chamber card, so it says get la hot. Na gaida lej stetsede aje hata hatna has kon hin rejo cd aje na bikibi hata ke huit ko nada haltin de do lentan so ko asha da hot ko so ko dom region hilada hot jeje ko aruna na to ke ko don gai enta da in sigi na gaida da halchen na gaida chirna nada yendal na sigi to ke habetini do le ko in my region, what in a great added nada and the stone nada, the stone nana at the hill nature, AIC here got off. But Isiba had a sea good should say, Tommy Platero, Tom way has and that Tommy, you saw a yellow Tommy, but the schneedle little Kagodo.
Bakudo, Natas on, AIC Hashil Soba Destihudo, Lead Benhanel, Adonana Kodo, Bichet and Zad, committee Hodo Katishnin, the Dobigat and Netlek meetings, or you could take him not echo. Adonana Kodo Adole, and but on Hein Schnena, Lenako Ad, I see Baba. Do I see the car again? Jot I national connatus on. A cocodo, the reda, Cashin the Queen, Nachayada, Nachayada, that's other. Kodosha Che, other 8 Yako. The reda, Payuk, Canyon Road. The ray natus on and the ray Payuk Mesa Kaja. A teenigi. AI Yabashin neck a codo. A con the reda, Payuk Mesa Kaja cat, and again the ray days, Dashnil Aja. Nei Kaja cat, and again. Alchina every day, like Monday through Friday, set not lade ke, le natas ol traja aj lade ke go, aron da iltra set na ko, a conagredam, pay mesa, there's avocado le natas aja, na ki hel kitaba abiga jogo o galo, a co tinigi do chon da hota wala ho, a co e at the snackodon gate I see at the neckheads and the a go edo ye avocado ye than hallucinate. I seen the Queen of what a AIC got on a guide road improvement again. AIC to hide out of a kite or Western song without a teeny can join a cut now, God or let go. I don't know safety that I was without trago. So a hotaba has said or let go. I got Jones and the Mail, J. Argent Engineering Group, A. Argent Gay at a lag on a cost estimate. 200 million, big and a great, not as other or jet horse at Hene or Nation. No, but there you don't hot air, Latin Gay, you thought a not a national it's going to cost $4 to $5 billion to build that road without need a call. So I aja or in a great got Kodo Banses case in a great, not as other on a gay, there's a pipe mess of cards at that night at Hingi, idiots about a job at all nations by Banses case. So I don't know great and get Hassan like should say Mr. Platero. Nan Schindler should get Ajo Ecodo and Hassan let over Nana Kodo Jono Kodo 8 or Ben K is it or let go the Kodo legislation in so the case as it all. Thank you.
Time. Thank you, Delegate Daniels, and then going next to Chairman Araso.
Yeah, Kodo, Tom Serpatero, yeah, Kodo, Nan Nishiki, a budget. What, did listen that no, I don't, I don't, budget, and Yago, Cotton. Kodo, I don't, Nale, I don't. Jesus, Chairwoman Jesus has came through to sponsor the legislation, and I'm glad that, that this legislation is here. One is that we are complying with what the law says, and the confirmation of any appointees. The appointees are done by the president, and it's the job of the council to move forth with confirmation, whether the public likes it or not, or the delegates like it or not. But we're going through this process that's outlined by law. Especially the funding pertaining to the federal highway dollars that come down through the pipeline from the federal government to the Navajo Nation. Each year we get about $58 million. And there's this list that is existing from many years back. e kote hot nas bite niki projects. And I think that we have to start looking at different ways to get these resources out. A lot of these resources are stuck here in Winter Rock. And I think that the funding formula to, as it hits the nation's accounts, to start looking at how we could better the formula so that each delegate region has some of these resources earmarked for their region. As you look at the TPT listing, this year's listing, the current listing is okay. It was a sliding scale. One agency got the least, 13.8 million. And the one agency, the highest one, was 72 million. And I'm glad that but as we move forth, we need to find mechanisms to equally distribute these dollars out to the region out there. These inventory are out there. They're not here in Winter Rock. These roads aren't in Winter Rock. These roads are out there that are driven by our people every day. That goes for the FET taxes too. Building chapter house parking lots with FET monies. We should be utilizing those dollars for archaeological clearances, all the NEPA requirement for these roads. But we're utilizing them for something else. And I think we need to go back to that policy and amend it. And amend that policy so that we get a distribution back to the region, to the delegate region, so that each delegate region has planning monies for to take care of NEPA requirements for these roads. So just put some equitable policies in place so that it benefits everybody. You look at the citizen listing right now. There's projects on there, but it's not equitable.
Thank you, Chair. So, and we'll go back to our presenters. Honorable Jesus.
Hagwashi, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to my agent here, Mr. Tommy Platero.
Whoever drafted the legislation's got lots of explaining to do. No, Madam Speaker, members of the council, on the measurable training plan, one of the things that we're going to be creating is a training coordinator within our office so that we can have somebody monitor everybody. Each employee should have an individual training plan. So that's what we're going to be setting up for. We have somebody that we're going to hire temporarily and then classify that position. And it is limited resources. We are fortunate to have a backlog of funding for Federal Highway Administration that we can cover some of those costs with. One of the questions you asked me is if I run all of these by President Nygren. As I stated before, President Nygren and his administration and Resources Development has given me plenty of time to assess it, and now we got to put a lot of the findings of the assessment into action, and so they provided me leeway to develop DOT as we need to. So I'm fortunate to have support from both sides. On the 15-mile chapter, I agree that it's time to change it. We have 3 of the 5 agencies, he says, planning section has 3 of the 5 sections completed, so that once we get a report, we will be sharing that information with oversight, then we'll share with everybody. But we're meeting tomorrow with the road section on how we can implement those processes to get it done. On the BIA funding side of it, right now, as recently as a few months back, BIA adequate and Dalnish for road maintenance now, and they're doing the best they can with the number of people that they have for the entire Navajo Nation. BIA has only 10 operators and 10 laborers. It might have changed. Fort Defiance has no operator or labor. Chinle has 1 operator and 2 laborers. Eastern has 2 operators and 2 laborers. Shiprock has 3 operators and 2 laborers. Tuba City has 4 operators and 4 laborers. So Western Agency is the one that has the most staff, and Fort Defiance doesn't have any staff within the BIA road maintenance program. I believe at some point the plan will be to transfer the BIA road maintenance program to the Navajo Nation. However, similar to the self-governance for Navajo Nation is on hold until we get the audit response. So once we send that, we clear that up, hopefully we can pursue that. My idea is to take the fuel excise tax dollars, the federal highway dollars, have them concentrate on dirt roads, and take all of the BIA money to concentrate on paved roads. We still, as Delegate Crotty asked, we need to come up with a plan to re-oil a lot of these roads. That maintenance hasn't been done, so we need to create a plan and a way to fund the re-oiling of those roads, and that's where the list that has the roads that are over 30 years old is going to become very important. So it is a multi-step process that we have to go through. They gave me a jump drive, and so I'm going to give you a copy of the checkoff list when I talk about the BIA bridge checkoff list. So we'll print those ones out and get those to you. So that will explain what's going on there. And we really have tried to work with the county, but not all of it is ours. Some of it involves other divisions. Division of Natural Resources has a lot of the regulatory authority. EPA has some regulatory authority. So not all of it is interaction with DOT. It's other departments and divisions within the Navajo Nation. Delegate Daniels, your new estimate of that crossing is much higher than I thought. I was in the 2 billion range, so it's actually 4 to 5 billion. So your numbers are way higher than anything we thought, because it covers 2 areas. And even if you did a span bridge, like the Chinese bridges that go across a big area, it would still be a big undertaking. But we will continue to support you with that and work with you on that. Delegate in order to effectuate what you need, we would have to come up with a different way of doing things. To get what you need done or what you're recommending, we would need to modify the fuel excise tax regulation. The difficulty of that is right now, the way it's set up is the fuel excise tax gets generated where the tax was collected. So there's a lot less gas stations on the New Mexico side. Utah only gets 2%. I shouldn't say gets. The way the regulations are written is the distribution of the fuel excise tax is based on where the tax was collected. And we waited, we worked with Tax Commission, and they gave us the information, and according to their calculations, 82% is generated in Arizona, 16% is generated in New Mexico, and 2% is generated in Utah. So right now, the way the current regulations are written is the distribution of those funds is based on where the tax was calculated. So if you want to change that, then we would probably have to work to get that legislation thing done. As far as I know, there are no current active parking lot projects within the fuel excise tax listing. Again, Delegate So is correct in that we would need to go back to review the policies and make updates to effectuate the changes that are being recommended at this time. Madam Speaker.
Thank you again for those responses. And colleagues, I want to pause for a minute and recognize a special guest that's visiting us today, Mr. Aaron Cisnagini on the south side, world champion team roper from Tuba City. So welcome, Mr. Cisnagini. It's nice to see you here. Now going next to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair Jesus, for sponsoring this legislation. I don't know if you were asked this question the last time. I was going back into my notes to see. I didn't see it. Maybe you were asked this question, but why did you wait so long to go through confirmation? My second question is you still haven't answered the questions about the equipment that you took from legislative branch to NDOT. My third question is the chapter outreach report on page 47 and 48 of the report. You have on there roads that belong to BIA and then roads that belong to the state of New Mexico. So can you explain that to me? And then my last question is, can I get an update on what's going on with the Shiprock Bridge and how we can address this matter? So just as a recap, I was working with Federal Highway to get funding for the Shiprock Bridge to get that replaced. We started moving towards the replacement. However, we ran into the issue of the state of New Mexico owning that bridge when those federal highway funds were specifically for tribal bridges. So we tried to work through that with jurisdictional issues, but it kind of stalled. So if I can get a report on that, I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 3:44. Next, we do have Delegate Curtis Unito. Okay, and we'll go next back to Honorable Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and also to colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I know that I had two colleagues that had asked in regards to this particular legislation confirmation, why did you wait this long? And I know that Chair Charles Newton had initiated that legislation in regards to division directors that weren't confirmed to be, well, the intent of that legislation. So I took it upon myself as chair of the Resources and Development Committee, and I reached out to three of our division directors that we have oversight over that weren't confirmed. At the time, Ms. Patero was one of them, the other one was Ms. Candace Yazi, and the other one was then acting division director, Mr. Skolanis. And here we are today, but maybe Mr. Platero can answer why he didn't seek for confirmation once he was pretty much appointed by President Nygren. So I just wanted to make that clarification, colleagues. And it's time, yield the time over to Mr. Platero for the other questions.
Why didn't I look for confirmation earlier? In reality, the plan of operation has two titles for this position. The legislation as is has executive director, but in the current plan of operation, it uses both the executive and division director position. So I thought we should fix that first, but we don't want to delay things. In all honesty, I didn't want to go for confirmation until I really knew the situation of DOT. And it took me time, honestly, to get to know where everything was. It takes a while to get things straightened out, and that's what took the time to do that. A year ago, we were consistently over 120 days past due on payments to our contractors. It took us 7 months to get it down to about 38 days. The reason that we had to do that was because we pushed for Navajo subcontractors, yeah. But the subcontractors don't get paid until the contractors get paid. So it took time to get that resolved. The vacancies that were with the DOT thing, I've written probably close to 30 PCQs myself. So I was concentrating on bringing DOT to where it should have been already. It took us 6 months to bring all of the EPAFs current for the division. We had people as far back as 6 years that never got evaluated. And it's because they didn't get evaluated, that means nobody in that department received any pay increases, within grade increases that are allowable underneath the policies manual. Kareya, we routinely give those increases. So when you look at budgets and you see the Form 3, look at all the divisions and departments that have staff still at grade A. That tells you that they're behind on that. So that took time to clean all of those ones up. We are just now getting an order, the outstanding invoices. You know, I'm sure those of you that follow social media can. So we are straightening all of that out, and that takes time. And so I wanted to make sure that those things were in order first. There was work to be done, and I had to get those ones done. I also had to learn what was going on. I have to really commend our compliance section because they helped me understand now the additional rules that weren't there when I was there the first time. That's how I'm able to now answer a lot of the questions that come because I had to learn it. And I'm a very hands-on manager. I don't say, that you go solve it, you know, down to the point of where I actually, since June, I've been going through the timesheets. And so I've been emailing all of our staff that are like, you need to start taking leave because you have a certain number by December. This is how many leave hours you're going to have. And that's what, honestly, that was what I was going through. And so if that, I'm not sure how other people do it, but when I wanted to go for it, the confirmation is when this is taken care of. Again, Delegate Charles Dean, I'm not sure what you're going for. I admitted my mistake publicly here, and it was an oversight. And I said, these are the steps that we will take to correct it. I'm not sure what more you're looking for that. So it was an oversight, didn't go anywhere. It's not, in my summer home in Jamaica or whatever that people are assuming. It was a transfer of excess equipment from here to another department. Again, inside the BIM, that's what your recommendation is now, is that if you're going to be buying furniture, look at other places where there's excess, and that was what we were following. As far as the raw data on page 47 and 48, this is just the raw data that was collected as far as the chapter officials that participated in these meetings that are there. We still have to go back in, and this will be a tool, just like Delegate Crotty is asking for an overall plan. It took me a while to understand what she was looking for because I had equated it to the Federal Highway T-tip plan, but that's not what she's asking for. What she's asking for is what are the needs that are being described out there? And that's where setting up a win mechanism, similar to how community development gets projects, but road specific. Then she wants that flipped over, probably in a prioritized manner that says, these are the pots of funding that are there. This is what we're recommending that those be done. So the information on 47 and 48 doesn't necessarily make a commitment towards getting it done. It's just that we are aware of those needs that are there. And as far as the Shiprock Bridge, the majority of that is led by New Mexico DOT. And we have to do a lot more education on when the Navajo Nation grants right-of-way to a state, and what goes when we grant those right-of-way to them. So there is still a knowledge arc that needs to be worked through that process to understand that this is your boundary, this is our boundary. When we allocate right-of-way to someone, what does that then mean at that point? It's very important that we establish, because the question that came up when the uranium was being hauled through the Navajo Nation, it came down specifically to who has the right of way to that road. BIA and us, we stop pointing the finger at one another. We help BIA and BIA helps us. So that's the part that we have to work to create those working relationships with people, because that doesn't happen overnight. So those are some of the things that I've been working on, and I'm much more comfortable. I honestly wouldn't have been able to answer probably 80% of the questions that you're giving me if I went to confirmation from day one, because you have to learn the organization that's there. And that was what I wanted to make sure, that when I came before you, that I knew what was going on in every nook and cranny of Navajo DOT, as opposed to giving you superficial answers. I wanted to give specific answers. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, and then also Honorable Jesus. And colleagues, will go back to the floor for questions. Delegate Curtis Nito.
Thank you, Shema Speaker, Aron the Kodo Council, and everybody in the gallery. Aron Aradais Nolsangido Anolsko Hehan Hidinido Lefnt Dohon Jonon Sodins and legislative sponsor, Miss Chair Jesus, Jonia. And then you, Mr. Tom Latero, Kodo, your confirmation. I have a question on your 5 staff that are earning $87,000 per year. Last meeting that we had with the Navajo Youth Commission, that you were kind of deflecting a lot of the questions that we were asking you within the Utah road. We asked for like a separate account that needs to be established for the Utah road fundings and need. With this kind of fundings that you guys are receiving, I think it should be not that difficult to really put some kind of a plan together for us. I want to ask you for that question. And then, with these fundings, I like to see these fundings be utilized within the month. We don't have to ask for where our money went and so forth. And then the other thing too is that I've been requesting for all these road repairs and improvement and so forth through you and your staff and the BIA in San Juan County, that we're dealing with these concerns within our roads. And then with our district grazing committee's concerns and the chapter resolutions and so forth. Like, for example, 5060 at the Yellow Point on the Arizona side is really in a bad condition, and that needs to be improved or even patched up. I see it on your report that you guys are willing to do award money for fixing that road too. There's that Twathakan 5045 that needs patch up Nandishni, and then you indicate on here that you guys are going to be proceeding with it. I seen your report with the N12 and that it's going to be resurfaced, and then we asked that we need the N35 on Arizona to be resurfaced as well. The 470 that needs to, the the road from 191 to Red Mesa Chapter 470 that has a lot of potholes. Down in Radford. And then in Tualacan, there's 5037 that we actually had a road trip with the BIA, and then we've seen that road needs to be improved. You mentioned about the 2% tax coming from Utah. I believe that in my area, there's 5 gas stations. There's one in Tinazpas and one in Anath and Montezuma Creek and in Mexican Water. There's 5 gas pumps that we have that I think we have a right to have the excess tax to be utilized within our roads. Responding, requesting, we all tried within my region. Nasoka Montezuma Creek Elementary School Bahol's Princess is fundraising to get these potholes repairs. I send you a text on that. The chapters or the community, now it's the Princess. We really do have these major problems within our Utah roads here. In order for me to vote green, please help us out on these roads.
Thank you, Delegate Unito. Next, we do have Delegate Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Adashadeja, Chair, Brenda Jesus, Koro, Saad Betan Ahrit Ahni Datonin Sos, to have this confirmation hearing for Mr. Tommy Platero. Bijiki Layo Chepenst, and I'm used to calling him Tom Platero. It sounds more like a transportation report here than it is a confirmation, Mr. Platero. But I'm not going to ask you about my projects or anything, but I've known you for a number of years at OLS Jananlishko and also at NDOT before. This hearing before us today, it pretty much is what we do as council. We confirm. Now, your appointment is done by Honorable President Dr. Bu Nigrin, and now Council as the governing body. To be the executive director of the Navajo Nation's Division of Transportation. Now, you're going to hold this position, a high position. I consider it a high position, just like the president's position, the vice president, their positions are high positions, as well as the chief justice, as well as the speaker's positions, as well as the council, 24 delegate positions. These are very high positions. Every time that I think about authority, I think about the mountains, those 4 mountains up there on the seal, and how you have to understand authority. I always like to share a verse from the Bible. This one comes from Mark 9:35. It says, "If any man desires to be first, the same shall be last and servant of all." If you desire to be first, Just recently, I was heartbroken to hear that the Minerals Department program manager was let go. That person is a real fine professional. As executive directors, I believe that you have to be very fair and understand each of the employees and what they do for the department or divisions. To be last of all, what does that mean, to be last of all? To me, it sounds like even as the director, you have to listen to your employees. Nlata the nan khana agidon hits aja and na agidation nails do schobaka nature this it's aja in ato shijin sado shadens and get on kadish what edo da bedi neither. Tsida schokest at the naban cheek case nlata. Add-on that we understand somewhere as a leader, you begin to understand public servant. You serve the public, meaning you become a servant of the Navajo people. As a division director, yes, koroshin ohlina saladon dolech. Yaha nla the chapters dan tin the she. Den na altsko bakanan lwat dolech. Dan tin go hajoy kana spanst obaniga.
Thank you, Chairman Ness. Going next to Delegate Carl Slater.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Platera, or good afternoon, I guess. We've stretched this one out pretty good. A few quick points. I know we can all vote green or red. We can't really amend your legislation, but I just kind of always highlight a few things. That is, with the amount of funding that we have coming in, we really should not be paving new roads with regular asphalt, what do you call it, concrete asphalt pavement or whatever it is. We don't have enough money to take care of the roads that we have right now. And we keep selling our people a false set of goods. The current administration said generically they were going to pave all the roads. And then very specifically to dozens and dozens of people across my district told them specifically that that he was going to pave their roads. And to date, there's been no action on paving any of those roads. Because we don't have enough peanut butter to spread around. So I think there needs to be a lot of public education with both leadership and the Navajo public about the extent of our resources and what we can accomplish and what we should be accomplishing. Delegate Karate, I know, brought up the long-range transportation plan and updating that. Those are things that, through re-engagement and public information officers and having planners that are really well-versed in their communities and communicate with chapter officials who help expand these messages, people get an understanding of the logic, right? We have an obligation from the federal government to spend dollars with the greatest possible utility and impact. So generally the most number of wheels and people that are passing over those roads. There might be other concerns, school bus routes, but basically everything's a school bus route. Everyone calls it a school bus route, so it's become a meaningless point. When it comes to emergencies, your idea of devolving the maintenance authorities to the districts, I think, is a really strong idea. And it's something that I encourage you to continue to pursue, and I think it's something that the council should invest in. The more that we can have integration at the local communities is important. And I know you have one designated in Saley, and I hope that that continues to move forward. The different yards across the nation will yield more immediate responses for both inclement weather in addition to regular road maintenance services. And at a certain level, I worked very hard to get 5 graders for each of my 5 chapters. And this is really a testament to the strength of the government and that some of them sat there for quite some time. Sometimes they come, sometimes they don't, to help people's out. The individual's, like, quote unquote driveway, the road that's off the road. And that's not really supposed to touch that, not a public road necessarily. Sometimes it can, I don't know, there's different stipulations. That's where the chapters are supposed to take on those responsibilities. So I think having a little more integration with the chapters, cross-training some of their people, so maybe they can help you out if someone's sick, and you can help them out if someone's sick, or they're in between workers who have the appropriate licensures. Those are things that, I want to challenge you to do. But at the end of the day, the costs are immense. Until people provide space for gravel pits, the road construction dollars are just going to keep going up. When I was at NDOT, we had a few places that had been identified that had really good rock for highway construction. It would help bring down some of the costs. Not a ton, but it would help bring it down. But at this point, individuals, families, areas, chapters are unwilling to sacrifice for the benefit of the whole nation. And I understand that. We only have this land. But if we want to be internally self-sufficient, there are steps that we can take. Whether it is gravel pits, whether it's oil and gas or coal resources, we could be Saudi Arabia. Everybody could fill up their tank for a nickel. But instead we sell it elsewhere. So I just ask that your whole system become more integrated at the local level. It's going to strengthen NDOT overall. You're going to get better responses from communities. You'll get more respect. I hope that you will also get an increased workforce that will be upwardly mobile. And you'll have a greater impact in maintaining what we have. And as we hopefully build our economy, that's when we can look at expanding pavement, building new bridges, and coming up with creative solutions to overcome some of those funding issues that we have issues with right now. So thank you, and look forward to seeing you in there, or continuing your service.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, we do have Delegate Norman Begay.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Although staff to audience that so kangi to 25th Council get it ningia. Grow tsasigo ya. Or sponsor the agent, Mr. Tommy Patero. I think it's Snido. I'd like to just thank you for you and your staff, yeah, for N55 Gyasho. After what, almost 12 years, got finally, the money was there finally this year, and a couple of weeks ago, in the contract awarded, yeah. Elmo's going to have a regular meeting this evening, and they're going to have the contractor present how they're going to operate that road. Meeting this evening. So hopefully those contractors and maybe one of your staff will show up over there, Mr. Patero. 5 o'clock a meeting, regular meeting. So again, I just wanted to thank your staff and your hard work you guys did for me and my 3 communities you serve. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty.
Yes, this point of privilege regarding the confirmation process is to our Office of Legislative Counsel. Could they provide insight if there has been, what is it called? Service request form to amend the role and authority of acting division directors and division directors. I'm looking at the DPM website and I don't see a classification for an acting division director, but in reading the DOJ memo, they have created an argument that acting or non-confirmed directors have the authority as a confirmed division director from the Navajo Nation. So I just need to know if there's been a request to put in black and white the intent and authority of non-confirmed or directors who have been, council has voted a no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for that point of privilege, and that was to our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Espino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Delegate Crotty, thank you for your question. So in regards, my understanding of your question is, has there been a request submitted to the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft legislation to, I guess, clarify or change the law, or is there anything in the law that would give authority to an acting director, the same authority as a confirmed director? No, there has not been such a legislation request submitted to the Office of Legislative Counsel. There has been a request in regards to moving forward with I guess, updating the law to address that issue that has come up during this administration in regards to when appointed division directors are not confirmed, and to make it clear what the steps are after such a non-confirmation occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espino, for that clarification. So there is that request is for amending portion of the law for non-confirmed directors. Okay. Chair Crotty, did that answer your point of privilege?
It did in terms of what's currently known. I'm going to request if staff, if you have the Department of Justice memo that was sent to the Budget and Finance Committee, I just need to make sure that all of my colleagues have it. The challenge with these memos is it's always labeled attorney-client privilege, and what we would need is our Office of Legislative Counsel, if you could look at those memos and determine what information can be made publicly, because our constituents want to know the process. They want to see the citations, and it's very difficult to rely on memos that are just attorney-client privilege. So if staff, I don't know if they need that memo, but it was drafted by Mr. Mel Rodas, Assistant Attorney General from Tax and Finance Unit, and I believe that might have been in August. If I could get that information out to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. Just give us a few minutes to look for that document. All right, colleagues, that document or that memorandum should be in your inbox at 12:48 p.m. Point of order raised by Delegate Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Uh, I'd like to ask the Shimakuro Yokediki, what's the intention, what's the rationale? We're supposed to be on confirming individual that's before us. So my concern is this interrupting the process, or what's the intention of this? Uh, we're all here to do a legislation for our community. So I'm very disappointed we're going that route. What's the intention? So it ain't Adadishke Koroshima, Ms. Crowdy, Honorable Ms. Crowdy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Toll, for that point of order. Shiche. So I did recognize that point of privilege. And colleagues, anyone on the floor has that right to call a point of privilege or a point of order if there's more additional information that is needed. So I did recognize and honored Chair Crotty's request because they were all information relating to the Division of Transportation. Mr. Platero for his confirmation. So it's just additional information for our colleagues to look at before making a decision. So I do think that it is within the bounds of what we are discussing today. So it is just pertaining straight to Department or Division of Transportation. So colleagues, we will move forward. We still have many questions reserved time. So next, I would like to recognize Vice Chair Johnson to the main motion.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Chair Seuss for sponsoring this legislation, and thank you, Mr. Tom Platero. That's how I know you, so I'm going to keep it Tom. So, about several months ago, RDC traveled out to Washington, D.C. and met with the Secretary of Interior, and we had some time with the Interior and about a lot of these projects pertaining to land, water infrastructure, everything like that. And one of the topics of discussion was the NEPA requirement. And we did explain to Mr. Secretary of Interior Burgum that we have our own Navajo Nation NEPA. So from that discussion, we had an understanding that, we should be using our own Navajo Nation NEPA. So, and I heard you earlier mention that, you're going to follow the full NEPA process on a lot of these projects. So I'd like to reference the category exclusion 23 CFR 77.1.117 on a lot of these, you mentioned BIA roads, these projects. I know N15 goes into my district. Understand that's a BIA route. So I want to know if you've met with the Federal Highway Administrator, Sean McAster, regarding this, to allow the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation to utilize our own Navajo Nation NEPA. From 2 years ago, from the first NDOT director, he mentioned that they had to go through both NEPA processes, which is time consuming. So I'd like to hear your response on that, Mr. Patero. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:35, and we'll go back to Honorable Jesus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for posing that question, but I'll go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Platero.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, regarding Delegate Yanito's questions, yes, we do have multiple employees that make more than 87,000. I'm one, the deputy. We have 2 engineers, and we have 1 IT person, I believe also another department manager. So these are all positions within Navajo DOT that cross that 87,000. On the question on the Utah, Tees and Mexican water are actually in Arizona, so they would count towards the Arizona number, not the Utah number. On the question of repairs, one of the things that we're trying to get is, and we're meeting on it tomorrow, is I'm trying to assign more staff to that area. But I need to do the paperwork, change in work sites. We also need to make sure that there's enough local supervision because we are running into an issue of the distance out there. We also are refining our procurement process. One of the things that we're struggling with is the BIA status, but our procurement is really difficult. We need to plan better in advance and enter into multi-year contracts for materials. The UPN, the material that goes on the road, underneath the new procurement rules, we're going to have to enter into, like I said, multi-year agreements because there's a 3-month window where if you buy certain materials, you can't within that 3 months buy the same materials again because their interpretation is you're stacking purchases to keep it under the 50,000. So a lot of our procurement is going to have to go bulk purchasing and enter into multi-agreement things for those. But it takes a while to get those through. As soon as we get them, so the N15 patch, the 12 patch, we had a former executive director that totaled his vehicle on N12 because of a patch on N12 near Whiskey Creek. So a lot of those are procurement side. I think our system doesn't allow us to do that. On the additional projects, I agree with Delegate Slater that we do need to come up with a better education system so that everybody kind of understands how we do that. Delegate Nez, I've always appreciated your guidance on things, and on need, we have to honor and respect our employees. I try to uphold that as much as I can, and I appreciate your kind remarks, sir. Delegate Slater, he hit the nail on the head precisely where it needs to be. Navajo DOT needs to do a much better way of educating the public on what we do it, how we do it, and why we do what we do. We will consult with our crew on actually providing some sort of training. My hesitation is there's a certain amount of liability when you provide training that the person that you train is sufficient, and if there's an incident post-training, then it could lead the nation to liability. But I will check with the people to see what we can do to mitigate that. Maybe we can have them sign a waiver or something like that. But that has been my resistance to it. But we will again explore that. And you're correct. We do need to bring the services down to the level of the communities, as opposed of we need to be closer to them. Delegate Begay, what I did want to say is thank you for the additional dollars that you allocated in 24 and 25. For N55 and 5001, unfortunately, we were only able to use about 200,000 the first year because we were still in development. And I appreciate, we got 5001 processed, 860,000 or so that was applied from the general funds to the project, so we got that encumbered. And then 55, I want to say 1.2 million was applied from general funds to that project. So we appreciate the appropriation of Navajo Nation fund dollars to fund those projects for that. Delegate Johnson, the best way that I can answer is that the NEPA process, we do submit to two. We adhere to the Navajo Nation, but when we submit to the federal government, what we use is the regulatory authority documentation from the Navajo Nation, from natural resources, from EPA. Because federal highway has a process where you submit to their site, but we adhere to the Navajo Nations. Navajo Nation, that's what we attach to the federal highway site. So there's, I believe, a requirement inside the federal highway dollars that their people review it as well. 99.9% of the time, they'll accept what the Navajo Nation had. So it's not actually a duplication of it. It's just going through the process of the regulatory authority within the Navajo Nation to attach to the federal requirement documentation that goes in there. On the categorical exclusion, there are certain limits for that. You can request it, but that still also has to be approved by regulatory, the regulatory process. It's not an automatic given that you're going to say, I want a categorical exclusion on this because the road that's been there. You still have to go through and submit it to regulatory authority to get those approval for the categorical exclusion. We're using it more and more so, but the N15 one, that's where, because of the age of it, we went through it, and the discoveries that were made as we go along that process. When I presented to it in the beginning, I didn't understand when there are human remains found, you could actually, there's a 100-foot perimeter, I believe it's 50 feet each way, so that creates a new boundary. So if it's found at the end, towards the edge of the right, where the project's going to plan on, then it extends beyond the right-of-way. So that's the part that I didn't understand. So our compliance section spent 7.5 hours going through that orientation with me. My response at the end was, how do you guys get anything done? Because it's kind of like an onion. You peel one layer, and there's a whole new set of rules that come with it. I apologize for not bringing it, but we had our compliance section write up a whole process of, if you're going to put in a culvert, I said, let's use an example for a culvert. What rules kick in when you want to do something like that? So we'll do a more enhanced one for when it becomes to road projects, but that was the first step towards working to try to understand all of those ones. So that was the best answer that I can give you. Is it's not necessarily that we go to federal NEPA to get the approvals. We use the Navajo Nation NEPA as support for the NEPA that we submit to Federal Highway for their NEPA people to approve. So in essence, it still is Navajo Nation. It's just that we get their approvals to attach to the federal requests, sir. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And then we do have new in queue, Chairman James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of the council. Adonana Shapijit here for the legislation. Adonana, Mr. Platero. Again, I'm going to ask you questions pertaining to projects. And my first one is going to be, what does cost to construct mean to you? And how important is that to you? The reason why I ask is because our projects in my respective chapters, we have several project construction readies. One of them, for example, is N15. And so that N15, you know that there's over $45 million sitting there. $45 million just sitting there. And we're going on 3 years. and nothing hasn't happened. And as we continue just to wait for the construction to be delivered or to be started, the materials, the cost of the construction continues to increase. Next one is, what does bottleneck mean to you? Because at this point, you know, what is Department of Projects Management doing at this point to move forward with these projects? And I ask these questions because during spring council session, I did ask President Boo Nygren, where is the road plan? Where is your guys' priority road plan? Where is the initiative that he ran on was to do quite a bit of improvement within the first 100 days of his term? But then, nothing has happened as of today. Old non-nationalit o hayu adil hadanil chad. Go o patesk ahonaz al nihidina abich and dahuitna, traveling these roads. And my next one is, why is it that New Mexico received 85% of the Navajo Nation fuel excise tax? Why? We are Navajos too in the state of Arizona. Nihito ahot adene nitle in the state of Arizona. Oko kwenzate beso. We ask our people to fill up on the nation so we can get these funds. But majority of these funds that go into the Navajo Nation fuels excise tax is generated in the state of Arizona. But now you have 85% of those funds in the state of New Mexico. Abe hanaste n'lbahozin. Ako eishin hait al ohat an han soke sto Kodo Ben Han Soke section constituents, the Neni Tlinigi in the state of Arizona. Adonana Nache corn greasewood jito gravel pit Benia Besoni Nende. As of today, we haven't seen that gravel pit started at then. O beso to ajasanel. Ako agent chapters that need in District 17 chapters in the league agent that is in Hajila, Kaula gravel pit, Hadnetla, Jakut Ado Aina del Kidako. And I really want to see that road plans because each of my roads that you guys oversee in Kitlichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito, I want to see how many of my roads are actually on your guys' priority roads plan that I need to share with my constituents. Ako Cornfields and Ganado bus route N151, Steamboat, each of my chapters are like that. Ako hajila o orte, ako. Reserve my time, thank you.
Reserve time of 37 seconds. And we'll go to reserve time. I do have Chair Crotty with 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay, then we'll go back to Honorable Jesus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Platero to give response to my colleagues.
Delegate James, let me preface my response by I'm not a trained engineer. I will be honest about that. A lot of what you're asking for is in technical questions that would be presented to an engineer, but I will do the best that I can with it. To me, cost to construct is everything from the planning stage to the process of getting it on a list, to the process of the assessment for compliance, to the process of design, to the process of construction, and then when you get to construction is the cost of construction management, the cost of compliance while the project is being constructed, all the way to the final punch list when the project is done. Thereafter, the cost to construct then transitions into maintenance. On the nothing has happened yet. I assume you're talking about in 15. Sir, there has been a considerable amount of work to get that project to the construction stage. Over and over, we have issued task orders after task orders to get the process done. But when I said earlier that when you get to compliance, each layer then adds new ones. So as they were going through the process, and I've said it before, and I said it the last time, there were 7 human remains found on that road for that one section. Each of those then requires additional studies to meet the requirements, the requirements that are approved for the Navajo Nation when human remains are done, and that's the 100 feet one. So all of those ones have to be done. Your project is I want to say in 8031 is the first one with the contractors that is going to complete their phase 2. You're slated after they are to complete that. Once phase 2 is done, then the information generated from phase 2 will allow the designers to finish the design. I believe your project is at 95% complete design, but they need the information from the phase 2 compliance to complete it to 100% design. Your question of a bottleneck, that is when you have all these different processes get to one place and you can't get past that one process. In your case, sir, the process is the compliance portion of it that we can't get past. We can't get to the 100% stage until the compliance is completed for that. As far as what is Department of Project Management doing that? Department of Project Management within DOT has 5 employees. They are doing their best to get these projects done. The reason that we have been able to get the other, when I said earlier that we got 8 projects done, is because their work has contributed to those projects getting to construction, and they are doing everything that they can, sir, to get your project to construction. And with that took care of everything from the compliance to the design, to the construction management, to the compliance during construction. That's how N55 got done. That's how N5001 got done. They were able to work with the other people to get everything done so that we could get to the construction phase. So we owe a lot of debt and gratitude to the people in project management to actually get these projects completed so we could get it to construction. Where are we on the road plan? As I stated, this is my 4th time during this confirmation that I admit we don't have a plan, but we are starting that process there. With the data that's coming from the chapter side of it will be done. We'll be setting up a website where information can be entered. Then once that's done, then there's a data analysis, then there's a prioritization for those. You can't go from 0 to 60 in a short amount of time. You have to take each step at a time. And right now we will be starting the data collection and a process for the data collection for each of those. So when you say nothing has happened as of today, there has been a considerable amount of resources dedicated to bringing your project to the construction stage. Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege raised by Chairman James.
I just want to do this point of privilege to Rule 16 of our council rules. I'd like to see your compliance documents regarding N15 because as far as I know, there is not 17 remains that need attention in phase 1, but there is some in phase 2 of that project, but there's not 17 in phase 2 as well. So if I can get that information according to his response regarding 17 remains, regarding N15's project, because there is not 17 remains, but I would like to see that document. That will be my point of privilege. Oh, and then a correction with N55 and 501, those are not my routes in any of my chapters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman James. There is a request for compliance reports on the N15 on the archaeological remains. So, Mr. Platero, I don't know if you have that on hand or how much time would you need for your staff to get that?
Madam Speaker, I said 7. I did not say 17. And yes, we can get those documents.
Mr. Platero, just a time frame of when you can get those documents.
We can have it in 10, 15 minutes. We would have to pull the file, get it sent over, and then get it to Delegate James.
Thank you, Chairman James. Since we do address point of privileges immediately, that will require 15 minutes to get the documents. Chairman James, I think another avenue would be to recess for 15 minutes. Chairman James?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll go ahead and make a motion or a request to go into recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Colleagues, with that point of privilege, that does need to be addressed before we move forward. So I'm going to call for a recess for 15 minutes.
Colleagues, we will open up for roll call. Colleagues, I'm going to extend recess for 5 more minutes. All right, colleagues, we did get that document from NDOT. So we will reconvene, exit out of recess at 1:54 p.m. So colleagues, let's go back into order here. So we do have point of privileges. There was one earlier for NDOT external funds that was emailed at 1:43 p.m. as well. Okay. And then Chairman James had a point of privilege regarding the compliance report for N15. And our Chief Legislative Counsel did rule that it is a confidential document. So I know that Chairman James has a hard copy. Chairman James, how would you want to move forward with your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and presenters. Thank you, audience. I'll go ahead and make that request to move forward, and I'm reading the hard copy documents right now. But thank you, we can move forward. Ready to vote. Thank you.
And colleagues, I'm going to go back to point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. So my point of privilege is requesting either a document or a verbal response from Mr. Platero if he was involved or what was his involvement in the comprehensive budget fiscal year 26 line item vetoes. If I could get that either, well, an oral response right now. I did see some of the emails, but I would want to know specifically how Mr. Platero was involved in the executive line item vetoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Crotty, and we'll go directly to Mr. Tom Platero for that question or that point of privilege.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, I had no involvement in any of the line item veto. There was an email sent to directors about how the budget impacted them, and I said we were very comfortable with what we were allocated, so I did not participate in any of the meetings relative to the FY26 budget post the process of the introduction of the legislation. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And then we'll go back to our main motion. We do have, I'm going to go to reserve time now. We do have Chairwoman with 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Yes, thank you. So my other question is, and I appreciate, Shiaj, that you mentioned if we could move on, but in my experience being on the council, on the 23rd council, there was a similar incident with equipment that we were in executive session. And so what I would want to know from you is what type of training do you plan to enroll in so that you are up to date on Navajo Nation laws and policies, so that, because if this is a continuing trend, we need to make sure that you have proper training to secure Navajo Nation funds. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
(144). Going next to Delegate Andy Nez reserved time of 2:42.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Arokoro Shiche, Ahut Anat Ampe Hinsi Do Kun here, Nhandal Nishi A, such as Athai Yid, Big in Din E or Din Need, Ako Aro to the. So, what I mentioned at Health Education and Human Service Committee regarding the social media was to get the advisement of what I believe to be in 1 NNC subsection 4 that should be no laws that prohibits the exercise of free speech and that do not abridge the freedom of speech. So if that's something, again, that is further elaborated, if you should work with your agent to produce that, that's something that I'll keep addressing. As far as the question that I asked about the manipulation of documents, you indicated that you're unaware. So can you just state for the record whether INDOT is in any litigation regarding any employees currently? Speaker, I reserve my time.
$147. Going next to Delegate Lester Yazzie with 133.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate Honorable Nathan Nota for his continued advocacy with the McKinley County Bridge. The other question I had is if the INDOT will be able to explore the eligibility for our relatives to participate in collaborating with New Mexico Department of Transportation Training Academy through Workforce Solutions to try to get us some heavy equipment operators trained with the upcoming winter season. That would be really beneficial. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yielding time of 54 seconds to Delegate Daniels. Do you accept?
Yes, yes.
54 seconds on the clock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Arunda kodo shana kodo sitsile Honorable Yazzie here kodo. Ado kodo Mr. Platero kodo here kodo. Oi kodo baba desige ya nagai Utah roads nagai bus routes agi nagai Alkina ya nagai San Juan County do not maintain it in the kadidot eda nagai ever since the agreement that diado. So I see that the world has linked at I see kodo naya tapan neto nana halita kodo nagai intat nika to the halita and here kodo Navajo Nation they in the shigin hika to say at hinge editor nisha no kodo yahada zikosom kodo nagai as a big to have a meeting with INDOT and Utah chapters. So Eddie Bahasido let kodo Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, and we'll go back to Honorable Jesus.
Yatseinana, Madam Speaker, and also colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I'll go ahead and yield time back over to colleagues that had posed more questions to Mr. Platero. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, on the training, we are going to be, like I said earlier, hiring a training coordinator. And the first assignment that that individual is going to get is a new employee orientation process. And one of those will be the ethics policies, finance policies. And I, along with every other Navajo DOT employee, will be going through that process. Going to Delegate Nez, the free speech, I don't actually have a response. At the HESI committee, I agreed to follow the Navajo Nation's recommendation as far as the language that's in the proposed personnel policies manual update. All that we ask is that you try to get that passed as soon as you can so that we can avoid the 30-day directive that was made. The best thing is avoidance. If health education can approve it before those 30 days, then we don't have an issue. That'll become a moot issue. On the manipulation of records, we have one grievance case that is now at the hearing level. I believe that's step 4 within the personnel policies manual. and that is within one of our departments. It's not at the executive level, so the individual that is filing the agreements does not report to me. It reports to a department manager within Navajo DOT. The eligibility for working with New Mexico Training Academy, we will definitely support you on that. When we get the training coordinator, we'll also assign that to them along with the recommendation from Delegate Slater for some training once we get a process with risk management as far as liability after the provision of said training. And then Delegate Daniels, we worked with San Juan County, Utah to update their agreement thing. We paid up the bill up to the 24, I believe. We're trying to do the 25. We got it through the process. But what happened was there was a school bus route that wasn't being used by Navajo Mountain. Utah, San Juan County, Utah added that back into the agreement, but they increased the cost of what they want to be paid. So now I have to go back and do a budget transfer for the additional amount because we had only set up the budget for the original amount. So I need to get that through the budget process first. As the nation is transitioning over, they're still not quite yet updated with all the data from the old fiscal year into the new fiscal year. So we're waiting for FMIS to be completely updated so that we can then do the budget transfers. Because it doesn't reflect some of the previous encumbrances, the contracts that were issued in 25 aren't showing up yet in fiscal year 26 budgets. So as soon as those are done, then we can process the budget transfer. Once the budget transfer is done, then we'll run the 164 through, get it approved, and then once the president signs the modified agreement, then we will take that to contract administration to have them encumber that additional amount. But we are happy to set up a meeting with San Juan County, Utah to explore the possibilities of additional routes. We're also hopeful that we can work with this council to allocate some money for the county partnerships so that we can expand the services that are there. There is a agreement that's going through with Sandoval County that will cover the bulk of the county routes that are out there. So hopefully we can find some funding to get all of those multi-year maintenance contracts all encumbered at the beginning so that we aren't constantly going back and forth year after year trying to get funding for each of those agreements. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And colleagues, will go back to reserve time. I do have next Chair Shondine Parrish with 410.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Chair Jesus and Mr. Platero, for responding to the questions I had before. Mr. Platero, you mentioned that there is $84 million still being withheld by the federal government because of audit findings. Could you please identify those audit findings that have occurred in the past fiscal years and identify which fiscal years those audit findings occurred, and then also if they were continuous? And I just want to give you this opportunity to be responsible because this is your leadership as the executive director. I know you've mentioned corrective action plans, but I want also the people to know and the council to know how you've identified those audit findings and how potentially you're moving forward. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:15. Next, we do have Delegate Nathan Nota with 1 minute and 13 seconds.
Mr. Platero, I want to add to this marathon a little bit more. Question real quick. I know Navajo, the Adakushi Allah projects, you have quite a few projects, maybe hundreds of them across the nation. Do you have the ability, do you think you could develop an interactive mapping with information about projects, the various stages of these projects and their development? These would probably include explaining the scope of the work that's being done for that particular project, design planning, the certification clearance status, although the construction phase. If there could be a internet, like I said, interactive mapping, I think that would really help and for the people to be able to know what's going on and what projects you're working on. Again, this would be a directory by the location on the map. You could just press or tap on the map.
Thank you, Delegate Nota. And we'll go back to Honorable Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and also thank you, colleagues, for posing more questions for clarity. So I'd like to go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Platero.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, Chair Parrish, that 84 million goes back to 22, 23, 24, which were all before I got there. 25 is still pending. Federal Highway is asking for when the Navajo Nation will approve their FY25 audit, so that still isn't done. The 22, 23, and 24 were repeat audit findings, and it stemmed from the cost price analysis, which will be corrected with the updating of the procurement regulation. The other one was inventory. The inventory question is how do departments reconcile the inventory listing that's available at property? So that is an issue that we are hopeful that we resolve. But more so, we need to do independent random checking of inventory against both lists to reconcile both lists, and so that is something that we will work with our staff on. The other one was the procurement question, which was the documentation for contracts that have been there for quite a while, and that was tied to the cost price analysis. So what we have to do then is we have to all of the long-term contracts that we had, we have to close those out and rebid those so that the new documents then have the cost price analysis. You can't retroactively do a cost price analysis, so that's what we're going to be working with our contract section on and our finance, so that any multi-year agreement thing, that we rebid all of those out and follow the procurement things. So on page 14 and 15 of the legislation, that does cover that analysis portion of it for it. And so, like I said, the Federal Highway accepted it, and they're just waiting for the legislation so that they can close out the previous year audit findings. Madam Speaker.
And could you also address Delegate Nota's question?
My apologies. Anything can be done, it's just finding the resources to pay for all of those. We appreciate your allocation. When council did it, you allocated $250,000 for a consultant to help us with the reauthorization. So we're working with the Washington office to do that. My guess on this is because it's an interactive and multifaceted, it'll probably be between $300,000 to $450,000 to set up such a mechanism. But for right now, we're just going to try to replicate the WIN system at community development so that we can at least start gathering those. But we'll examine it to see if there's something that we can put on so that the public can access that information. Madam Speaker.
Thank you again, Honorable Jesus, and also Mr. Platero. And colleagues, will go back to reserve time. I do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 3:44.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Platero, for answering questions. So in terms of the reason why you waited so long for confirmation, I guess it just doesn't make sense to me. You stated that you wanted some time to learn about your job and what you are doing. So if you didn't know about the job, why did you apply for it? If you didn't know what you were doing, why did you move forward with it. You also talked about the work that you did for working with council. So I'm pretty sure that you know about the confirmation process because you yourself were confirmed during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So to me, you should know the law. And the law says, that you have to be confirmed. And you worked this long without the confirmation, which gave you, as you stated, time to learn your job. But it just seems really awkward that you applied for a job that you didn't know and you were granted that position. And it just makes me wonder, how much money were you being paid for a job that you didn't know what you were doing for, that you didn't know anything about? So I just don't find that acceptable as to why you didn't move through the confirmation process so long and why you had to wait to have Chair Jesus reach out to you to ask to sponsor your confirmation when you could have easily reached out to anybody to go through that process. Again, you went through the process during the 24th for the OLS director position, so I'm sure you knew the rules, you knew what was required of you, but you chose not to do that. And then I appreciate you answering the questions about the furniture and the equipment. And you did apologize for that action, but I think the last time Chair James had asked if you returned those items or when you were planning to return those items. And right now, I'm in my notes, I don't have you answering that question. So I don't know if it's something that you fill out paperwork to say that you purchased this money from this department, you took the furniture, without letting anybody know. Now you want to do that transfer, or I'm not sure exactly what is required. But looking at the number of years that you have working for the Navajo Nation, I just find it really hard to believe that the taking of your furniture and equipment was an oversight. As you said, it was an oversight, and then the confirmation was something that you wanted to wait on. Again, for me, I just don't think that that is acceptable, and I really hope that the choices that you're making right now, especially with these federal funds, are the right choices. I reserve my time, Speaker.
48 seconds, reserve time. Going next to Vice Chair Johnson with 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, Mr. Platero, Mr. Tom Platero, October 14th, the Declaration of Emergency was signed by President Nygren. Since then, has there any been support to my community of Bird Springs regarding the recent flood? Reserve my time.
2:11. And going back to Chairman James with 37 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Really quickly, I'd like to know 21 million is for phase 1 on N15, 24 million is for phase 2, and that's totaling $46.1 million that's already existing, sitting in the coffer at your office. And so what is your next step to provide the shortfall budget funding to this project on N15? Reserve my time. Thank you.
6 seconds. Now go back to Honorable Jesus.
Madam Speaker, I'll go ahead and yield time over to Mr. Platero. Thank you.
Delegate Charles Newton, when I said that I didn't know the job, I misspoke myself. I meant more so in what has changed since the last time I was there. So I have done the management portion of it for years. What I needed to reacquaint myself with was the technical side of it. And I have been honest that I'm not an engineer, but I surround myself with technical people. Any manager that doesn't know a certain element of their job surrounds themselves with the appropriate technical experts, and I have chosen to do that. The furniture was excess equipment. I don't know how many times it was excess equipment that has been with DOT, will stay with DOT, and will be there. So I don't know how else to answer that. The on Delegate Johnson's declaration of emergency, I know we did quite a bit with Denahotso because we had one of our roads that are out there. I think yours, we had to wait until the water actually subsided, but I can check with our crew to see what we can do out there. A lot of the responses, we had to wait until the water goes down, so that we actually, a year and a half ago, Dashin, we had a grader that actually went into the mud that took 2 additional graders to pull back out, and that was in Blue Canyon. So we are trying to be more careful with where we dispatch our graders out to, and that's why our hesitancy to move graders to where there are still water ponding. Delegate James, we made a recommendation to RDC to allocate additional money to cover the cost for those. That legislation is going through the 164. Once that's done, that will fully fund your project. So we are asking for additional dollars for that to support the effort to finish in 15. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And then going back to reserve time, I do have Chairwoman Crotty with 144.
Thank you. The community is asking for an update on Red Valley. In one of your agency reports, you did say that the bid would be completed by September of this year. If we could receive an update, as that's been funding, I think that project has been waiting for construction over 12 years. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
$124. Then going next to Delegate Andinez with 147.
Thank you, Speaker. So very quickly, Shiche, Mr. Platero, I tried to look up on the website what constitutes, in your words, the administration office and who that comprises of as far as the office itself. I don't need names. The second thing I want to mention here is that the U.S. Department of Transportation released its federal highway admin. There was 3 total grants, and 2 of which I sent to you alongside some of our projects from Blue Canyon to Red Lake and Crystal. And the Tribal Health Priority Projects Program, is INDOT anticipated to apply for that? The Rural and Tribal Assistance Pilot Program as well, that NOFO was sent out in August and the deadline was in mid-September. Did you also apply for that? And then the last one is the 2026 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund, which is the deadline of January 15th. And the reason I'm asking this is because we received during the Nabik-Iyati a shortfall of funding for a lot of our projects that are scheduled to commence next year. And for all of you speeders on N12, the road from in through the community of Navajo from one cattle guard to the next, the 4-lane will be rehabbed. It's not for you to increase 10 more miles of your speed through our community, so please slow down. But there's also a shortfall there, so I just want to get information on those grants. I reserve my time. Thank you.
$22. Chair Parrish with 315.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And again, good afternoon to our colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Chair Jesus and Mr. Platero, for responding to my questions. Thank you, Mr. Platero. According to to your resume attached to the legislation, it says that you were started your position at the beginning of January 2024. So that is partially FY 24. So I don't know entirely if your statements there are true regarding accountability. And my question is, how is legislation 23525 the fix to these federal audit findings? And I say that because you've shared with us that you have Head Start training, a lot of Head Start training that invested in you. So I would imagine that there was training regarding federal funds, federal procurement, federal regulations. And I just did a quick search on US DOT on what the benefit cost analysis is. And I think that should go on with your list of trainings that your staff needs to continue to attend to, because these are continuous audit findings where the money is being held up, and we really need to be proactive. How legislation 23525 was created was that the controller, Sean McCabe, used the basis of the CFR to create new Procurement Act amendments to make it easier. So I don't know how Navajo Nation law and reducing the regulation will improve that audit finding, when I think that at the beginning, it should have just been a simple training on how to use federal funds in your office and how to make that simple improvement amongst your staff and amongst those people that are making those procurement decisions. So that's just kind of, I guess, I'll make a few statements there, and if Mr. Platero, if you want to respond to that, you're welcome to. I just think that these audit findings could have been resolved earlier. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
58 seconds. Then going back to Honorable Jesus.
Again, Madam Speaker, thank you, and also colleagues for your questions. So I'll go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Platero.
Madam Speaker, members of the council, N13 is actually already contracted. I believe Delegate Crotty has received a copy of that contract. When contracts are issued, we email the delegates copies of the contracts that are completed. So I will make sure that she receives a copy of it. Delegate Nez, when you get an organization as large as what Navajo DOT is, you kind of have to consolidate services. Commingling it between executive and admin, we created that section so that people can concentrate on that, not commingling it. We do need to include it in the update to our plan of operation. So for administrative, that office comprises of fleet, IT, our property, our janitorial services, more in line with day-to-day services, whereas executive is more overall management within the Navajo Nation. So the administrative section is basically isolated for administrative services. On the totals, one of the issues that we had of applying was we really had no internal system to accept dollars or apply for dollars or anything. Quite honestly, to be honest with you, we didn't have a mechanism to do any of that. We do now. We were very fortunate to get a young lady that's a senior contract analyst. She's the one that actually helped us realign all of the FET ones. We were not in a position to get any additional dollars and manage it. It took us, like I said, a year and a half to get all of the non-federal highway things reconciled, and that goes all the way back to 2011. So my position was we can't go forward if we don't know and clean up our history, and so that is all done, and we are in the process of it. We did apply for supplemental bridge funding, as I reported earlier. We did get $38 million for projects that will supplement it. I agree wholeheartedly with you that we need to advance more for the safety aspects of it, because there is a lot of it, particularly with schools. And so the safety fund, we will be applying for those. We're looking at Chinle, Mini Farms, Fort Defiance, Loop, and a couple of other communities where we think we need to slow down traffic through school zones, and so we will keep you apprised of that. As far as the other grant things, we did apply for an electric charging station. I believe that got funded. We did apply for money for the N36 New Mexico 371 junction through New Mexico that received $1.3 million or so that will be applied to the stoplight there. That was money that was signed, line item vetoed by Governor Lujan Grisham, and so we applied back. We worked with District 6 with New Mexico to have those funds reallocated back to the Navajo Nation. Delegate Parrish, the threshold for cost price analysis didn't come into effect until January 1, 2018, so that was way after my time at Head Start. It isn't the process itself, it isn't that the process is not reflected in our written regulations. So when I say it was corrected by this legislation, it's actually codified now or in the rules. So even if we did, and it's not just Navajo DOT, I believe that audit findings for every federal program within the Navajo Nation. So it's not just us that had the repeat finding, it's every federal program that was audited. And those findings are actually within the annual audit report that is approved by Navajo Nation Council. So that was something that was outside of my control. I think a lot of times we as divisions and departments are told to correct things, but it's outside of our realm. So in this case, when the procurement regulations were updated, it was a fix to it. Prior to it, we and I'm still trying to get the emails that shows that Federal Highway accepted our corrective action plan by introducing a form that does that cost price analysis. So even though we fixed it, Federal Highway would not recognize it until the Navajo Nation incorporated it into their regulations. So that's why the correction was made there. Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Mr. Platero referred to emails or correspondences from the federal government regarding their request for the laws to be changed. I did not get a copy of that, so I'd like to request that copy for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. And for that documentation, Mr. Platero, you would be the one to be the source of that document. So if you do have it, Mr. Platero.
Madam Speaker, yes, I do have it. In fact, it just happened early this morning, so I can get that to you. But I will, since you're asking, I will go back and provide all the emails that have gone back and forth, including the ones where the controller was involved, where the controller committed to making these correction things, and I will do a paper trail for you of all the interaction and the commitments that were made by the controller on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Madam Speaker.
And Mr. Platero, if you could email that. Thank you, Mr. Platero. Colleagues, we will be emailing 2 separate emails to your account on that point of privilege. Okay, colleagues, you should see the first email at 2:35 p.m. and the second one at 2:36 p.m. Chair Shamdeen Parish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Let's see, we have a series of questions. Correspondence is here. Thank you, Speaker Curley. My only concern is that the Resource and Development Committee was not a part of these emails. So in order for the council to know that this is a part of the corrective action plan for the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation regarding federal funds, with this point of order, I'm going to request that Mr. Platero continue to involve his oversight, if not the Audit Committee of the Navajo Nation, which is the Budget and Finance Committee, because this is new knowledge. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and colleagues, that should all be in your inboxes. And then we will go back to the main motion, reserve time. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 48 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Platero, can you tell us about taking a shed during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council? And then your COVID bonus, I understand that was $60,000. Can you verify that? Reserve time.
Thirty-one seconds. Going next to Vice Chair Johnson with 2:11.
Okay, Mr. Platero, thank you for your response on that declaration of emergency in Bird Springs. Just keep me informed on when your team's going to head out there. I'd like to join you and your team. This next question is the Peabody Assets, the transportation facility that is out there. Last year on November 2024, RDC was out there with Peabody, and we met with the senior manager, environment, Ms. Shepard, and there's infrastructure assets out there, a road network, which include facilities, building structures. I'd like to see that be picked up by NDOT so we can have a Western Navajo Department of Transportation. I'd like to hear your response on that. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:21. Chairman James with 6 seconds.
Oh my God. Thank you. Can you please provide me an update regarding gravel pit in Greasewood? There was funding that was sent to NDOT.
Then we'll go back to Honorable Jesus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues, for your questions. So I'd like to go ahead and direct us back to Mr. Platero for a response.
Speaker, members of the council, as Delegate Charles Newton is aware, there was disciplinary action taken on that, and it was followed through with Speaker Bates. So that was a disciplinary action that was taken care of. I wish I got a $60,000 bonus during COVID. In actuality, this is what happened. I was the director of Office of Legislative Services. If you will recall, during that time, the Navajo Nation government shut down. When the Navajo Nation government shut down, there were only 7 of us that worked at OLS. Everybody else went home. So we were paying people to do all the meetings from their offices. The 7 people that chose, I did not force anyone to stay. I said, these are the risks. We don't know what this new virus is going to do. Anybody that a health condition, we didn't even ask. Anybody that was over 60 years of age, we did not ask. So the only 7 were myself and 6 other employees. Those 6 employees then ran committee reports to the chairs to get signatures so that they could move on. So those people were entitled to that. What happened at that time, just so you all know, was that Navajo Nation Council appropriated money for the payout of that, what do you call it, hazard pay. Remember at that time it was called hazard pay. Controller's office at that time, the controller paid their people. Nobody else in the other tribal government got that money. So this was an appropriation made by council. Controller staff took advantage of that, paid themselves, but nobody else. The controller on multiple occasions, because I worked, like you said, for council, told council that there was a notice sent out to every timekeepers. I am a very hands-on person. We never got that email. So everything that was paid out to those 7 staff, remember, it's staff that took the risk of being in public. I paid them. This was also during the same time when you had the Citizen Project. Remember where we stayed here until 3 o'clock in the morning for those that were on council? What I did was I made sure that all of my staff got paid. I was eligible for, I believe, $28,000. I did receive $6,000, but I forewent the additional $22,000 to make sure that my staff got every cent that they were entitled to. What happened later on was that those people that stayed home and got paid a full paycheck and accumulated over a year of annual leave, they wanted to then come back and say, I want to work and I want to be paid the hazard pay. So those people came on later, and it was some of those individuals that went to delegates and told them that I got paid a certain amount. We did a worksheet that was provided, I believe, to Speaker at that time, which had the complete breakdown, and you, Madam Chair, were a member of that council, so I'm not sure if Speaker shared that with you, but I never received $60,000. Yes, I did receive $6,000, but I was entitled to $28,000 or so, but I forewent that so that I could pay it out of the savings that were within legislative services so that my staff could get paid. Madam Speaker. Okay, my apologies. I get upset because I think sometimes we get accused of things, and I'm glad that I got to clarify that on record here so that everybody knows. I joked about it. At one time there was a posting that said all of the, I think this was under Jonathan Nez, everybody was allegedly paid $20,000, and I got paid $19,999 in that posting. I was like, where did my dollar go? So, going back to the task at hand, on the Peabody assets, we are working with Deputy Daisy, compliance section, and the planning section are working with Peabody on that facility. But the main thing is that we comply with the disturbances that were there so that we don't get further, be responsible for any land or so that may have compliance issues in there. The same way with the Chevron up here, we pursued that, but it was an old building and it wasn't something that would work to our advantage, and we were considering it as a yard, but getting in and out of it created some safety risk, and so we did not pursue that one. On the gravel pit, I apologize, Delegate James. I will need to get information on that. I believe that was previous director funding. I believe it is underneath the fuel excise tax, so I'll need to check with our crew to get that one. I'm not aware of all 300 and something odd projects, but I remember seeing it on some list. So I will get that information to you. I apologize that I don't know all 300 of the FET projects. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And just looking through my notes to make sure everyone's questions were answered. And going back to reserve time, Chair Crotty with a point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Shadija, I didn't hear the answer on the status of the Red Valley Road.
Point of privilege raised. Going back to Honorable Jesus and Mr. Platero.
I'll go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Patero. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Chair Crotty, I'm sorry, Delegate Crotty, I did answer that, but you weren't in the room. I said, yes, that is done. The contract has been issued, and I believe we emailed you a copy of it. This is the N13 by Red Valley. So I do recall an email going to you because every time we issue a new contract, we make sure that the delegate that it's impacting receives a copy of the contract. So N13 is a done contract. NECA is the one that received that project. So so you have two projects that were done, N13 and N5001. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And going back to Chair Crotty, 124.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to ask, as New Mexico Chair, I had sent multiple emails to your office because there was New Mexico state money that would reimburse federal dollars. I have never received a response from your office, and that's an opportunity for Navajo Nation to maximize road dollars. I need to know the plan here and how you plan to work with the caucus to have access to those New Mexico dollars. Thank you. And I'll reserve my time.
54 seconds. Next, we have Delegate Nez with 22 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. My question regarding the grants was if INDOT applied to the Rural and Tribal Assistance Pilot Program that the NOFO has now expired. Just yes or no, that's all I need. Tribal Health Priority Projects, deadline January 31st, yes or no. 2026 Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund, deadline January 15, yes or no. I reserve my time.
5 seconds. Then we'll go next to Chair Parrish with 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Mr. Platero, I'd recommend that you continue to keep your oversight and also the Budget and Finance Committee apprised of these challenges. I do not want to continue to analyze, or we will have to continue to analyze, but there is every day the risk for our financial status is growing. And that is alarming that nobody is yet aware of that. So I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Chairman James.
33 seconds. Chairman James.
I will kindly accept. Thank you. First question, the 85% of the Navajo Nation feels excise tax. You didn't answer that during my first question round. Second one, your leadership at INDOT. Entails to lead INDOT, evaluate road plans with timelines. How much of the federal funding of the road project funds do you plan to spend? How many IGAs do you plan to establish with counties? Because we do have 9 counties. If confirmed, how long do you plan to stay with?
Time, thank you. Chairman James, and we will go back to Honorable Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, again, and also colleagues for your additional questions. I'll go ahead and yield time back over to Mr. Patero.
Delegate Crotty, I believe Marco and them replied to you, and they went to your committee and provided that information, so I'm not sure where the disconnect is. The one thing that I need to let you know is that
point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Appreciate it. So my point of privilege is to request, so there's a document from State of New Mexico with funding. It's for federal funds. So Marco deals with non-federal projects. The request to Department of Transportation was, there was New Mexico funds allocated to reimburse the nation for any funding they used for federal projects in New Mexico. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about state capital outlay projects. I'm talking about reimbursement dollars that are available through the state of New Mexico for any costs that we use for federal projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And Mr. Platero, if you can address that point of privilege.
Quite literally, I receive between 200-300 emails a day. I would need to go look back and see if I can find that, so I apologize if I overlooked that. It's just the number of emails that I get. I answer and look through my emails myself. I don't have an assistant do it. That's why when I go to the agency council meetings, I sit there and I work on my emails. On my schedule, I put Sunday as catch up on emails. So I apologize if I missed that. I will go on ahead and look for that and see if we can provide a response for that. While we're on the chapter ones, we really need the chapters.
Chair Crotty, did that address your point of privilege? Okay. And Mr. Platero, will go back to you for the rest of the questions from, who was that? Did I hear? So we'll go back to Honorable Jesus for addressing Chair Crotty, Delegate Nez, also Chair Parrish, and then Chairman James' questions.
Ja, nana shnat ani no linigi kodo hashin sogo inke dil ahegi kodo bena dol kids aroshin de koje Mr. Patero banda dish arashi sad nikije ne dod al ja.
Again, I would also need to apologize to Delegate Nez. I have an exact accounting of what funding we have gone for. I do know that on the, I know you sent me one email on individual tribes' highest priority. I know we're not eligible for that from Federal Highway. That was expressed to us when we went to the orientation down in Phoenix with Federal Highway. The one important project that funding is meant for smaller tribes that are smaller than Navajo. But I can get back together with my team and try to get you an answer of which ones we applied through. Like I said, there's just so much going on that I don't know every nook and cranny of our organization because we are getting to be a larger organization. But I will work with our contract section to prepare reports that indicate what funding that we are going after and let the council know what we're applying for. So I apologize, I don't have that information for you directly right now. Going back to Delegate Parrish, I don't want to get into this back and forth. I just want the issue to be resolved. I did apprise Budget and Finance of it when I appeared before the committee a couple of times that this was going on. And I let you know that we're trying to work with controller to get it done. In my opinion, what the pass is the pass. All I'm happy is that Federal Highway accepted the legislation that's being done. So we did address it. It'll probably still show up in the 25 audit report. So the 24th, again, it's not that we didn't do the process, it was that it has to be reflected in the Navajo Nation regulations. And that's where, I hate to use a cliche, if it's not in writing, it didn't happen. You can still do it, So in this case, we needed it in writing, and we're very appreciative that the time was taken to actually bring that legislation, and our funding source has accepted it. And part of my difficulty is, again, alluding to my response earlier, there really isn't a communication protocol between divisions and departments and council. Perhaps both sides can work on that. I send my schedule to the council sometimes. Sometimes I'll just send my schedule to just RDC. But we need to really find definitive ground, and so that would really help. So I apologize that I didn't keep everybody informed. In fact, I got my hand slapped by OMB because I was working directly with Federal Highway to get it addressed, and there were any correspondence should come from OMB, not you. So that was why I backed off after I was told not to do that anymore. But I went on ahead and reached out to them because the legislation had been done, and that was where the response came back. So it's internally, there's not certain clear definitions, just like, I'll stop, I'll shut up. Thank you. My apologies, Delegate James. The report that you have where the 85% that you're coding, those were all before I came. We have not allocated any fuel excise tax money since I came to Navajo DOT. The reason being is that the way the previous ones were done, when I look at it, they didn't necessarily comply with the regulations that were approved for the administering of the fuel excise tax. On the road plan, and I appreciate Delegate Crotty's telling us she wants a road plan. I understand what she's looking for now, and my mind was I was addressing just federal highway fundings. What she's looking for is identify all the needs of the Navajo Nation, take a look at the funding resources that are available, and how you can apply each of those, and where you are.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you. My point of privilege is to provide a document. If staff can send out, well, I have it here as legislation 0059-25. It's the BIM, so it's like BFCA 1425. If you look at digital copy or digital page 124, and so this will be my question. Every year, we've been waiving appropriation law. So it's section 820I, 840B, and 860. So I wanted to ask Legislative Council, these provisions require a Navajo Nation capital outlay plan? And if you could provide, well, we waive that law, what is the role of Navajo Department of Transportation? Because roads are considered infrastructure capital from the GAP, I guess, or GABs, I don't know how to say that. So I would want that document to be sent out and given to Mr. Platero. The Appropriation Act does need to be updated, and we're working on that, but so that he's clear on the laws I'm citing, so it's not Delegate Crotty's request. It's literally Navajo Nation law, and that's what I'm trying to enforce. Thank you.
We're having our Chief Legislative Counsel look into that, so colleagues, just give us a few minutes here. Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I called this point of privilege under Rule 16, I believe. Yes, regarding additional comments we just now got an email on the Navajo Nation single audit letter. I read through it 3 times, and then I'm also looking, I printed out the document. So can we get the controller to explain this audit and why it's a concern? Because I'm assuming from the letter that this is a concern brought forward from the Federal Highway Administration to the Navajo Nation. And so I need to know what that concern is, if he can explain it to us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. So we do have 2 point of privileges currently on the floor. So just give us a few minutes to contact the controller here as well. He's not here in person too as well. Looks like the controller and also Chief Legislative Counsel need additional minutes. So colleagues, before we move forward, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. Colleagues, time has expired for recess, so I'm going to call for a roll call. Roll call, colleagues. Okay, colleagues, we have 17 or 18 delegates that have answered roll call. That does constitute a quorum. We will exit out of recess here at 3:17 p.m. And there were 2 privileges that were raised. So first, we'll go to Chief Legislative Counsel, and then we'll go second to the Controller. Ms. Espino?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of the, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. My understanding of the question is what capital improvement project, or sorry, capital improvement plan laws are there in the Navajo Nation Code? So I did find 3 places that I believe apply to the questioning currently occurring. And those citations are 12 NNC Section 820I and 12 NNC Section 840C and 12 NNC Section 860. And these are in the Appropriations Act. And in regards to the capital improvement plan, the Section 820I states, all budget requests for capital improvements shall be in compliance with an adopted capital improvement plan and shall not be approved unless in compliance with the plan. And then Section 840 states, this is at 840C, budget certification. The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall certify the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council adopting and approving the annual Navajo Nation comprehensive budget and shall forward the certified, oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, I'm sorry. B as in boy. Okay, all right, so I'm just going to read the sentence that I believe applies here, and it says, "The Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council shall convene a special budget session each year for the purpose of adopting a comprehensive budget for the next fiscal year and approving the capital improvement plan." And then if you go to section 860, it is several pages of describing the capital improvement process. So I believe this answers Delegate Crotty's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espino. And then next, we'll go to the controller.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of the council. I would actually ask that the question be repeated, ma'am, as I was listening in and then text came flying, get over here, so I kind of missed what the actual question was.
So Chair Eugenia Charles Newton asks for a summary or interpretation of the Navajo Nation single audit regarding NDOT.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Members of the council, so when I returned on Monday after the attempted takeover of the Office of the Controller, first thing I did was call our auditor and say, hey, my initial concern was who's going to sign the management representation letter. It was proposed that Alvatom do it. Now I'm going to do it. And they gave me an update on where the audit was. And following that call, I got an actual draft of the report, which I reviewed yesterday. And I believe if the question is involving the audit findings. Now, Shinadai, please understand that this is just a draft of the audit. There's still, I believe there's at least one of these findings that we can still resolve, but there are 24 findings related to federal compliance. Many of them are repeat findings. I think if we're asking particularly about the Department of Transportation, the way audits...
Excuse me, first, Controller. And again, a reminder, we are still in session, so in the gallery, I am getting messages from delegates that they can't hear. Just keep your noises down, or if you do need to talk, there's outside or any other conference room. Just that friendly reminder, colleagues and our guests that are here. Excuse me, sorry, apologies, Controller, you may proceed.
No apologies, ma'am, thank you. The way federal audits work, just so that we're all clear, is the auditor will come in, they'll establish a threshold for the single audit. What that threshold is, it's a calculation where the auditor will say, we're going to select any federal program where the Navajo Nation spent above a certain amount of money, and we're going to identify that as what they call a major program. Those major programs, they then go through a risk assessment. They select the ones they're going to test. So they don't test every single program of the Navajo Nation. They select enough where there's a coverage of federal expenditures, and they start with the largest ones. As you can imagine, our biggest ones were ARPA, I think transportation, and others. And the major programs that were selected for audit for 2024, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There were 18 major programs. And the one that there were 2 selected under the Department of Transportation. One was the Airport Improvement Program, and the second one was the what's it called? The Highway Planning and Construction Cluster. So it's a cluster of programs. Per the audit report, which all I think I'm supposed to do here is interpret the findings. Of the 23 current findings in this draft, 11 of those findings pertain to the Department of Transportation. I think in listening online, as I was, where I've been is trying to finish that written report you guys asked of me on Monday. But I believe the questions were on the program's findings on particularly the cost price analysis. And I would turn the council's attention to page of the audit. If you guys have a copy of the draft, I would turn your attention to page 70, 72, I think it is, where finding number, I apologize, I'm looking at this on my phone, so give me a second to get there, where we'll see finding number 2024-10 procurement for the Navajo Nation. The federal agencies involved in this finding were the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Department of Education, Health and Human Services, the Department of Interior, the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Treasury. Right under that, it lists the federal programs that this finding applies to. You will see right under that assistance listing number 20.205 is the Highway Planning and Construction Cluster. Then it talks about the award numbers for those. That's just the grant award. And then if you scroll down to page 70, let's see, I'm going to say PDF page 72, but audit page 68. It describes the finding as it pertains to listing number 20.205, which is that highway construction cluster. And what the finding reads is, during the current year of testing, we selected 13 samples. Of 13 selected samples, we verified 9 samples had a cost or price analysis conducted before receiving bids or proposals. However, 4 of those samples, which were also selected for testing in the prior year, had no support evidencing a cost or price analysis was performed before receiving bids or proposals. These 4 samples that lacked evidence of obtaining a cost or price analysis before receiving bids or proposals incurred expenditures during this year ended September 30th, 2024, which totaled $4.5 million. And if you go down even further, Shinat, there's a listing of question costs. And for that ALN number 20.205, $4.4 million is going to be reported to the federal government as a question cost. So what that means is our auditors, again, understand that our auditors, they select certain programs. They don't select all of them. And within those programs, they only select a sample of transactions that happen throughout the year. They don't look at every single transaction. They select a sample. Usually it's random, meaning the Office of the Controller will send them what we call a general ledger detail that shows every transaction that happened throughout the fiscal year. The auditor will randomly select, in this case, 13 of them. Of those 13, they'll ask for all the paperwork behind those transactions. So show us how you procured it, how you paid for it. If there was contract labor, show us the timesheets, show us you complied with Davis-Bacon Act. Well, actually, they don't test for Davis-Bacon Act anymore, but just show us you complied, those 13 samples. And what this finding is saying is 4 of those samples, so 4 of 13, resulted in them not being able to find documentation that a cost price analysis was done. What an auditor will do, just so, because I've done these before, they do what they call extrapolation. So they'll say, four times out of 13, you're failing to do this one cost price analysis. If there were 1,000 transactions, they can conclude that whatever 4 of 13 is, extrapolate to 1,000, that's probably 400 times you didn't do this right. Because they don't test everything, they just test the sample and then extrapolate it to the population. So in this case, what the auditor is telling us, 4 out of 13, they did not do the cost price analysis. And as a result, they're going to they're going to report a question cost to the federal government of $4.5 million. The question cost, we've had question costs in the past. A lot of times, as reported, I think correctly by Mr. Platero, is the funding agency will ask us, well, how are you going to fix this? I did have an opportunity to review that request from the Oversight Department of Transportation. I did respond that we are currently in the process of getting Procurement Act amendments to the Budget and Finance Committee for approval, and because it's an act amendment, it would go to the full council. The oversight was satisfied with that as a remedy, a corrective action plan to help solve this. So that's a good thing, but it still doesn't speak to the actions that did occur during the audit, which again, the auditors reporting as 4 out of 13 of those transactions did not have cost price analysis. The only thing I'll add to that, Shinata, is there are other programs that didn't do it. There's a whole listing that are not doing this cost price analysis, and I think this is something I've been telling the council for months, that we're just not doing procurement right. And it's not just particular to the Department of Transportation. I think there's, just look at the listing. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 programs listed in this finding with a total question cost of 7.5, 20, around $23 million in question costs for this one finding that pertains to cost price analysis for these various federal programs. There are other findings that, as I mentioned, out of the 23 findings, 11 of them pertain to the transportation grant that they selected, but I believe the question was specific to cost price analysis. So I hope that answers your question, Madam Chair.
Point of privilege raised by Chair Regina Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Controller, for that rundown. So my question actually was pertaining to an email that we received regarding the audit. And so I just had asked, like, what is this single audit letter and, this document that we received? And I appreciate you going into depth about the price cost analysis, but what is price cost analysis? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton. And let me see, Controller, I am forwarding what we received, so then you can reference that as well. And go back to the Controller.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just got your email. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with this letter. Chair Charles Newton, to answer your first question, yeah, I'm familiar with this letter. So what happens when when the single audit is completed? What we do is the auditor will give us a link to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. The audit will then be uploaded to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. And once that happens, every one of our funding agency gets a copy of it. If there are identified findings that pertain to certain agencies, they'll mail us a letter saying, here's what we understand to be the finding. A lot of times they'll just say, we got your audit, we saw the finding, we saw your corrective action plan, we accept it, just make sure you do it. In some cases, and this is one of them, they'll say, well, your corrective action plan says you're going to make changes to the procurement regs, which is something I reported in the corrective action plan. We want to see those changes. So this letter is saying, we saw those changes, we're good with them, just make sure you implement them. So that's what we're working with Budget and Finance to get them finally approved at the Budget and Finance Committee level and then come up to council, because the way they're being written are actual changes to the Procurement Act, not just the regulations. So this is a letter confirming that they've reviewed the changes that we've proposed as part of our corrective action plan in the audit, and they're saying, okay, this is a good plan, just let's make sure you get it done, let us know when it gets done. Your second question, ma'am, is regarding the cost price analysis. So in any federal procurement over what they call a simplified acquisition threshold, so there's three thresholds that the federal government requires us to do certain levels of procurement at. Under $10,000, the federal requirement requires nothing more than an oral quote, meaning we can call someone and say, we need some paper, how much can you do it for? If they say we can do it for $800 and we say that's good with us, that's all we have to do. For anything between $10,000 and $50,000, our level at Navajo Nation is $50. It can go all the way up to $250.